जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरो श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिना प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपाकटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैरवीरविजायुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्षस्वर्गफलपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थं समस्तदुःखोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्तमङ्गलावाप्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमेश्वर प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now, what should I thank? What is the Panchapatra? Om Avopasprishya. With that beautiful preparation all of us did for starting on the yoga, let's go enter the sequence. The first asana of the beautiful sequence. Well, sit in a comfortable cross-legged position, neck and spine is straightened. Bring the index and thumbs together and place them on top of the respective knees. As you engage in the Mahamudra Bandha, where you clench the perineum in, suck the stomach in and up, tucking chin to the chest, and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Sukhasana. Tatsukhasana ashaktastat. Now, bring the legs into the Padmasana position. Bring the palms together and raise them above the head in Anjali Mudra. Keeping the elbows straight, engage in all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. Parvatasana. Adavakshe Mahadeva Parvatasana Mangalam. Now, keeping the legs in the same position, raise yourself up. Now bring the soles of the feet together in front of you. Put the left hand by the right and place forehead on the ground behind the heels. As you engage in the Mahamudra Bandha, gaze at the nose in Hali Pavasana. Purvan Vidyahu Vejano Bhepakatali Sampadathano. Now, remain in the same position. Stretch the hands out in front of the feet and cup the palms making a hollow. As you engage in all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, gaze at the nose in Dagi Pavasana. पूरब विधि परियागानी चोहो ही कहो ये पना से लगाई. Now, hold a bit to the right. Okay. Legs straight out. Lean forward and down. Elbows. And engage down three bandhas. Atta nadasana makshe. Now, place one knee on the top and holding on to the opposite elbow. Engage with all three bandhas. Put the arms in such a manner. Nithyananda. Gota Kamba Now, press the hands onto the ground and lifting the hips up high in the air. Now, lower the head to the chest. Scooping the body forward and back. Here the breath in Gajasana. Nujjampa Datri Bhoga Lambi Bhuya Matagre Vidaya Nitanga Navira Bhoga Nasita Maniya. Now, remaining same position. Alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel and repeating the same again in this asana. Ekam Paramashivoham Level-1. Now, stand tall with tips of the big toes on the ground. Keep your index, with- keep your head spine straight line where the index, middle, and ring finger to the heart center in the Hridaya Mudra. केशेन पादयुगलं धत्ते धोमतः we are entering into a very beautiful karna right now, which is the Oversana Karanam. Now, sit Paramandi, the heart squatting position, by standing stretching, toes facing outward at 45 degrees angle. Now, keep the knee bent and raise both the hands at the chest level and elbows up parallel to the ground. Now, twist one knee towards the center, then raising it up and placing it across the body. Simultaneously, as the leg moves is being done, follow the move with respect to hand, raising it up and placing it across the body, and repeat this on the other side. Now, interlace the fingers from outside them inside of the Buddha and hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards the chest. Keep the spine straight, gaze and nose in Balingasana. Ekam janasya lingam bhavati. Now, take the raised foot behind towards the buttocks and holding in both the hands in the Pranam Mudra. Keep your head to the spine straight line. Engage in all the buttocks in Paramashivoham. Citte kasmin paritve karabhya. Pishte samstapyat yena parati. Next asana is Nithyananda. Now, the respective hand hold on the sole of the foot from the inside and extend the opposite hand forward. The index and thumb together. Simultaneously, kick, kick and pull the foot back enough while leaning forward. Visualize Lord Nataraja in your wrist. Natarajasana. Uttara Paramta Samritim Padritam. Let's now repeat Balinga sequence on the other side. Ekam Tanishya Satam Balindram Bhavati. Padipidasana on the other side. Let's now repeat Padipidasana on that side. Sitte Kasam Padipidasana Karanja Vite. So repeat Natarajasana on the other side. Uttara Paramta Varitim Natarajam with a beautiful Karna, which is the Adharita Karna. Now, sit normally the heart position and bring the right foot behind the other, the toes down and heels up. Now, keep the left hand at the chest level and extend the opposite arm out wide like a pendulum and bringing it back towards the chest. When the arm swings, move the fingers one by one, inwards towards the palms, then outwards. Now, uncross your ankles and repeat this on the other side. Now, when the entry is a very powerful meditation, which is the skeleton hand. Another important part is to now just close your eyes. Visualize yourself as a state of this pure skeleton and sit for the Yes. Stop the movement of the body. Relax yourself. Walk front and back in a mat as you inhale and exhale as slowly as possible and as easy as possible. We will now enter into the next karana, which is the Kitina karana. Now, sit in Narumandi, a half quarter position. Bring the hands above the head with arms crossed and palms facing backwards. Now move the hips to one side and simultaneously uncross the arms spread above the head. Come back to the beginning position and repeating this on the other side. Now stand tall on the tips of the toes and raise the hands up above the head with beside the ears in Shambhala Mudra. Engage in all three Bandha Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself in palm tree. Tadasana. Mahamudra Bhaddha Kono Tadasana Bhedakane. Now, from standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat to the ground. As you engage the Mahamudra Bandha, bring the forehead towards the knees. Mahamudra Bhaddha Kono Tadasana Bhedakane. Now, keep the hands flat on the ground, shoulders width apart. Now, step feet back and keeping toes on the ground in as if you are in the plank position. Now, tuck the chin to the chest in the Chandrabandha and rotate the head from side to side. गजास्रवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षं सवकुक्षं नयेतरक्श्वासनं भवति. Now, lower the entire body down onto the stomach and keep the toes pointed backwards. Keep the hands next to the chest and raise the head up using the strength of the lower back muscles. So open mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of the throat and exhale in the Bhujangara Mudra in Bhujangasana. Angushtanabhiparyantam adho bhumo vininyaset. Next asana is Shashasana. Now raise yourself to a plank position and alternate bringing one knee in towards the chest, back and forth in Shashasana. गजासन संस्थितौ जानुदयमा कुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति. Now, remaining the same position, place one foot in between the two hands and simultaneously jump one foot back, bringing the other in between the two hands, alternating this again and again in the asana. गजासन संस्थितौ एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं तथासनं भवति. Now, keep one foot flat on the ground and toes pointing out forward and knees bent at 90 degrees angle. Now, extend the other leg back, keeping the knees straight and point the toes out at 45 degrees angle. Raise the hands up beside ears and engage Nithya Bandha, gaze at each other in Virabhadrasana. Vashishthamadakondhinyam Modukukudameva cha. Let's now repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side. Vashishthamadakondhinyam Modukukudameva cha. Now, stand tall. Bring one foot to the inner thigh. Bring the palms together and raise them above the head, keeping elbows straight in the Namaskara Mudra. As you engage in Uddiyana Bandha, gaze forward in Vrikshasana. Vamora desi cha yamyam padam nidhayatu. Now, stand tall. Place one foot at the opposite hip. Bring the palms in front of your heart, Namaskara Mudra in Garudasana. 1. Garudasana yena dhyanam sirambhavi. Let's now repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Vamora cha yamyam padam nidhayatu. Garudasana on the other side. Garudasana vakshe yedadhyanam sarambhavi. Next asana is Trikonasana. Now, stand and step one and keep the front toes pointing forward and back toes facing sideways. Keep the arms straight and bring the front arm towards the ground beside the foot, while the other arm is extended towards the sky in Trikonasana. Uttanapādam Pranchanta Varitim Virabhadratam. Just now repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Trikonasana. Uttanapādam Pranchanta Varitim Virabhadratam. We will enter into a very beautiful karma, which is the beautiful karma. Now, the ceremony of our position. Bring the arms to the chest level and palms are parallel to each other. Now, lift one foot towards its toes and switch between lifting other foot up while other goes on the ground. As the leg moves between them, having movements of the hands. One goes up, other goes down. This beautiful karna. Now, lower on your tips of the toes, placing perineum on back of the heels. Keep the knees to the palms together in front of your heart in Angushtasana. Kabanda asana Yahu Goraksasana Memata Angushtasana Yam Brahmaktasana. Next asana is Saurasana. Now, from tips of the toes, in one leg straight out, heels down and toes up. Keep the feet down, side, fast stepping forward in Saurasana. Now, the rest of the hand, reach forward and hold on the toes to get in fingers in Vidyanadana. Gulpastito Padamekam Vitarya Radhadakram Sanchit Karega. Yes. Sister repeats Saurasana on the other side. Prasarya Kampadakam Samstapyate Kapadakam. Vidyanadana on the other side. Gulpastito Padamekam Prasarya Tatpadakam Sanchit Karena. Now, keep keep your toes on the ground and place perineum on top of the heels. Keep maintain a gap between the legs and back of the hands on the side. Tilt the head down, gaze through the gap between the palms in Brahmajaram Prasad. Dovu panapani hoi vese, edi dogdani vese. Now, place knees on the ground, the toes behind, and sit in perineum down on the heels. Now, rest the hands on top of the thighs as you engage in the Garabandha where full stomach area. Yes, at the nose in Kapilasana. Ubhe pagadale samatera, tilako mahili kor vilave. Now, remain same position. Gaze Switch the gaze to the third eye and engage in the Mulabandava. You can say Bhadrakorakasana. The Pagatali Sambrakare Korvarli Bhupradhare. Now sit with toes tucked and perineum placed on top of the waist. Lift the knees up from the ground and bring the thumbs and little fingers together and open up the palms. Raise the arms straight above the head. Gaze through the hole between the palms in Nithyananda. Geri do gudadriyane panapan bhet kapunitane. Now sit with toes flat and perineum on the heels. Keep the hands on top of knees and lift tongue up in super small meditation mudra. Mandukasana. पादतल पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे च संस्पृशेत्. Next asana is Utthana Mandukasana. Now remain in the same position. Keep the hands on the back, holding the head with the elbows in Utthana Mandukasana. Mandukasana Madhyastan Korparabhyana Vimshiraha Ita Bekvatutana Megadutana Mandukam. Now cross the ankles and sit on the heels. Sit on the feet. Keep the knees out wide and fingers spread on the top. Open your mouth wide, still tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of the nose and repeat this several times in Simhasana. Dakshinam Sarvagulpena Dakshine Harpetaram. Now, now sit on the heels and sit on the heels under perineum and keep the knees wide. Cross the hands behind the back and hold the big toes with your index and middle finger. Now tuck the chin to the chest in the Jalendra Bandha. Gaze at the nose in the Bhadrasana. Gulpa Utvirshana Yukravena Samahita. Next asana is Pakabhushindhyasana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground and keep the knees open wide. Bring the arms in and around the back and interlacing them behind you in Parishamudra. Gaze at the nose in Pakabhushindhyasana. Pratama Vesa Ukritane Now place palms on the floor, shoulders width apart. Bring the knees on the back of the arms towards the armpits. Lean the chin forward and down. Gaze ahead. Slowly lift the feet up from the mat in Panisavasana. Asana Gogan Ashi Dushta Hoyi to Achiyohi. Next asana is Kapalyasana. Now place the hands on the ground, shoulders width apart. Bring top of the head on the ground. Form the triangle between the hands and the head. Now bring the knees onto the elbows and hips over the shoulder and straighten the legs up and gaze at those in Vikrita Sharvasana. शीश शीश धरती ते के बगड़ो वो मिलवा ऊंचा करे. Next asana is Parshamayurasana. Now squat, toes with legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands to one side. Now align the elbows with knee and the hip. Lean onto the arms with a balance. Mix the legs out to the side. Yes, in Paramashivoham. Mayuram Dandavat Korean Mayuram Dandanamakum. Let's now repeat the Paramashivoham on the other side. Mayuram Dandavat Korean Mayuram Dandanamakum. Now, bring yourself to a plank position. Step one foot outside the rest of your shoulder and bring the foot between the hands. Gaze at the third eye in Bharatanatyam. Asana Piti Jayi. Let's now repeat Bharatanatyasana on the other side. Asana Piti Jayi. Now, from Tarakshasana, place the forearms on the ground and walk the feet forward, raising the hips. Lift the chest up. Lift the chest and head up. Gaze at the third eye in Unmukha Pita. Next asana is Vashishtasana. Now from Tarakshasana, rotate the body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand. Now, raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath the shoulder. Raise the hips, gaze towards the sky. Uda Kukurava Shishta Marichi Halamatsitam. Just now repeat Vashishtasana on the other side. Uda Kukurava Shishta Marichi Halamatsikam. Now, sit your legs stretched, toes pointing up. Bring the hands to the buttock, hands looking up. Keep the spine straight, elbows to the body. Tuck the chin to the chest, invert your Ananda. Gaze at the nose. दो करके उबे हथेली कोरवाली मेले मेली. Now, lean forward and down. Bring your chest to your thighs, release. Hold the big toes to the index and fingers engaged on the bandhas in Paschimottanasana. Jano parigala tantu kasyuntai muchite. Ugrasana. Now, clasp the hands behind the head. Lean the chest forward and down. Bring the head to the knees. Engage on the bandhas in Ugrasana. Supine. Next asana is Marichiyasana. Now, bring one heel to groin knee raise. Reach the arms in and around the knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh, with the knees in Marichiyasana. Uttara Padin ground Jamsa Marichim Veerabhadrakam. Now, let the raised leg be relaxed to the ground. Reach and hold the foot, keeping the legs straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage on the bandhas. Gaze at the nose in Mahamudrasana. Dava Bhagi Yadi Goya Sivakaya Gavitoji. Just now repeat Marichiyasana on the other side. Marichiyasana. Uttara Padin ground Jamsa Marichim Veerabhadrakam. Mahamudrasana on the other side. Dava Bhagi Yadi Goya Sivakaya Gavitoji. Next asana, Bhadrasana. Now sit and bring the soles of your feet together with heels close to the perineum. Keep the knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine, gaze at the nose in Bhadrasana. Gulpo Tivishna Sadaha Yukkame Svasaha. Next asana is Gwalikavasana. Now from Bhadrasana, extend the feet away from the body, the toes together, hips apart, knees wide open. Place the hands on top of the respective knees. Tuck the chin stretches in the Jandrabandha. gaze at the nose. Galipavasana. Purva Charbra Chokaso Soy Vahi Vriyoki Soyi. Next asana is Janyasana. Now, keeping the legs in the same position, hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and turn. Bring the forehead to the knees, gaze at the nose in Janyasana. Dovo Pagate Sambrikari Sole Vulet Kari Teridhere. Next asana is Meditative Pavasana. Now, remain in the same position, lean forward and turn, extend the hands out wide and palms facing on the ground. Bring the forehead to the ground behind the heels, gaze at the nose in Meditative Pavasana. Purabhavidipari Pagathali Sampurushola Yede Vilirashe. Now raise yourself up. Now bring the arms below the chin and extend out, keeping palms sitting up. Bring the forehead to the ground over the feet and bring the toes near the throat, gaze at the nose in Sthiti Samadhi Asana. Dovo Pagatli Samdakare Sole Meda Aga Medhare. Next asana is Kiriti Pavasana. Now raise the up. Hold the feet and open them up. Bring your soles towards the sky. Keep them back to the hands on the ground. Press the elbows into the thighs towards the knees and gaze at the nose in Kiriti Pavasana. दो बगा की ये दी धरती मगवा में जो लगावे. Now remain in the same position. Place hands on the knees and keep them down. Engage in the Uttarabandha. Gaze at the third eye. Sir पर चौकास्ता. दोगो पगतले संपुद धारे आगा में कर झार बसारे. Next asana is Bhairavasana. Now lift the heels up and bring the toes down on the ground. Keep the knees on the ground and engage the Uttarabandha and raise the hand. Place the hand on the knees with the intention of completing the Bindamudra on the belly. Bhairavasana. Gulpa Sampirachanyo and Vikramena Vitamanahi. Next asana is Samanasana. Sit with one heel at the beginning. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Place at the third eye in Samanasana. Samanasana Vakya Siddhamantradi Sadhana. Now take the raise on top of the wrist with the shoulder. Raise the other foot upwards and keep the hands on the ground. The side gaze to the shoulder in Ananda. केवल अंपार में कंचस कंडे चारों भी यतदः. Let's now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Samanasana Apanasana on the other side. केवल now sit and cross one over the other, aligning the knees and the now feet. Now with the finger opposite is both the hands to stand. You don't go. Sabya technical partially. Next asana is Ananda. Different bones position. Hold the big toe stay in the finger. Relax the shoulder as you increase the breath again. Gaze at the knee. Anushasana 1. Dachiragodami Chotali Vasai. Next asana is Anushasana. Now from Gomukhasana position, interlace the fingers behind the back, lean forward and bend. Bring the knees over the knees and close the return. Gaze at the nose in Anushasana 2. जीवना गोदा की संडे प्रताप गोदा की संडे विलाई राशे. The next asana is Garudasana. Now sit on the ground with one foot just against the perineum and keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine straight, chest out, and the respect knees gaze the nose in Shavasana. Sorry, in Garudasana. Davo pagamodi yedi madhyam pagamodi niche. Now sit and place perineum on top of one heel with the top of the foot flat on the ground. Place the opposite foot on the ground in front of the opposite foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck. Twist outside of the raised knee is at a third eye in Naradasana. Vishnu Juvava Pagatli Teri Bhuprita Hilagave Teri. The next asana is Matsupita. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the rest of the arm around knee. Holding onto the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold onto the respective toe with the index and middle finger is at the nose. Matsupita. Vamela Vavam Distanto Grihitam Matsupitatam. Let's now repeat Anushasana, the whole Gomukhasana sequence on the other side. Gomukhasana. Savya Kapnagal Santo Pristine Yojaye. Anushasana 1 on the other side. Dachiragodo Nithyananda Vavam Taki Upara. Anushasana 2 on the other side. Dachiragodo Nithyananda Vavam Taki Upara. Let's now repeat Garudasana on the Dava Bukmodi Yedi Mahilam Gudari Nithya. Let's now repeat Naradasana on the other side. Naradasana. Vishnu Juvava Pagatli Teri Bhuprita Hilagave Teri. Let's now repeat Matsupita on the other side. Vame Lavamangushtanthu Grihitam Matsupitatam. The next pattern is Nithyananda. Now place foot on top of opposite thigh. The opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbows outside of the knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck. Tilt the head back. Gaze at the third eye in Nithyananda. Udaram Paschima Bhasan Kritva Tishtiri Yattaha. Now keeping the legs in the same position. Extend the hand down to the foot, keeping opposite hand at the respective ear. Turn the head back, gaze at the third eye. Uvasana. Asana Kavana Jolo Jayi. The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now place the opposite hand on the ground. Turn the head back, gaze at the third eye. Matsyendrasana 2. Matsyendrapitam Nidarapratim Chandrapandala Kandanastam. Let's now repeat Matsyendrasana 1 on the side. Udaram Paschima Bhasan Kritva Tishtiri Yattaha. Uvasana on the other side. Asana Kavana Jolo Jayi. Matsyendrasana on the other side. Matsyendra Now, from Padmasana, sit and peacefully on top of the opposite side and place palms on the knees. As engage the Mahamudra Bandha, gaze at the nose in Padmasana. Asanam Dividam Proktam Padmam Vajrasanam. Next asana is Padmasana. Now cross the arms and hold on to the toes with the index and middle finger, gaze at the nose and Anusha in Padmasana too. उत्तानो च न कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थापयतः. Now, keeping legs in the same Padmasana position, place palms on the ground, skin through thighs, lift the body up in Uttanasana. Padmasana Sastapya no Vorante Karau. Next asana is Bhadrasana. Now, rise up onto your knees and place palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the perineum. Keeping the elbows together and pressed against the table, lean forward and find a bank. Extend knees up from the back to Bhadrasana. Next asana. Now, remain in the same position. Extend the legs straight from your body in Vairasana. Now, lay down on your stomach with feet pointing outwards and forehead on the mat. Interlace the fingers behind the neck and hold in Parishmurti. Makarasana. Adhyasashete hrityam vidaya bhumo ch pado ch prasaryamana. Now, place the hands on the ground beside you. Raise the legs up, bring the thighs off from the ground in Shalabhasana. Adhyasashete karyukmavakshyo bhumamashtabhya karyosalavhyam. Now, bring the hands to the feet. Pull the feet down towards the ground, outside of the hips. So visualize yourself as a camel in Ushta. Adhyasashete parikmavashtam pristine karabhyam. Now, kick the legs back and up and sit the feet on the side. Lift the chest off the ground, raise the head up, gazing at the third eye in Dhanuraj. Prasaripado Bhujandarupa Karocha Prishya. Now, raise yourself to a comfortable seated position with the head at the side. Bring the palms together, place on top of the knees, gaze at the third eye in Bhagat. Next asana is Gohi. Now from knees, place forearms on the ground, fingers interlock and shoulders width apart. Now, place top of the head on the ground, holding the back of the head with hands, and walk the toes forward until the hips align with the shoulders. Now, lift the feet up, keep your knees bent together against the chest, touching the chin, gaze at the nose in Gohi. दो हाथा की कहूरी जोई पुनः कलाई जोई. Now, remain in the same position. Extend the feet straight in the air and sit back. Viparitam mandalam cha viparitam hinaha. Now, sit with hands sit with hands behind the calf. Sorry, sit with hands behind the calf and the legs up. Bring the forehead beneath and come towards the feet. The moon is now, next answer is meditation. Now, bring the hands behind the hold keep it right. Take first pointed in meditation. Now, relax the hands to the ground. उत्तान शैली कोर्पराभ्याद्भस्तव्य हस्तनितंबं विहाय. Now, lift feet, put the hands on the knees, and pull the feet vertically. Keep the spine straight, gaze at the nose in good hand. Now, lay down on the back, put feet flat on the front. Place palms up and put the first back of the heel. Lift the hips up high, pressing the feet into the ground. Take touch the chest, gaze at the nose in Ulu feet and hold your desire to start. Now, completely relax yourself. Completely lie supine and relax your whole body completely. Bring awareness to more in your body. Practically. Shivasana. उत्तानं सर्वभूमौ शयनं शान्तिहरं Next round, repeat the Mahavakya. More time, body height.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, start gripping your toes and fingers. Raise your foot. Congratulations for all the participants. You have finished the Pratham Vinyasa sequence. That's wonderful. So, with this, we will enter sequence, which is the Dvitiya Vinyasa. The first asana of this beautiful sequence is Vinyasa. Well, now sit in a posture that brings ease to physical and mental space. Bring the thumbs and index finger together and place them on top of the knees, or you can place them wherever you want in the Binda Mudra. Nithasana Stasana. Paryankam Tattvakhyatam Nithasana. The next asana is Samasana. Now, sit cross-legged, hands on the knees with thumbs and index in Samasana. इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु. Now, place the left against the position and place the right foot on top of the left. Hands facing downward on top of the knees. Gaze downward. Repeat Yasivanim Sukshpam Dakshinetara Gulpadaha. Now, keep it remaining the same position as switch gears to the Siddhasana. Now, maintain same position as Siddhyasana. Switch the gaze to ground in front of you. Engage in all three buttons in Siddhyasana. Vamapari Kiyarita, Sivanimati Padika, Sakotano. Now, maintain same position as Dhyasana. Pitch the gaze to ground in front of you. Engage non-three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha in Siddhyasana. Vamapadiki, Yedi Jano, Sivani Marita Sukothano. Now keep the legs the same position as Siddhyasana. Rotate the hands on top of the face. In Bindu Mudra with thumbs and index. Switch the gaze with third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Feel dimension of Paramashiva and Rudra statue. वामचरण परिरच राखे किसकी असाविदिता के. Now, maintain same position as Rudrasana 2. Switch the gaze to ground in Santadanasana. Switch the gaze to the nose in Santadanasana. Asana Kauguramana Kirtan Chalatavita. Next asana is Siddhasana 2. Now, maintain one heel on top of the other. Bring the hands to the navel, cupping one palm over the other, resembling a flower in the Samput Mudra. Siddhasana 2. Rijukaya Samasinah Siddhasana Dhiratam. Next asana is Dhandayoni asana. Now, keeping the legs in same position, bring the little fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostrils, index over the eyes, and thumbs closing the ears in Shanmukhi Mudra is Dhandayoni asana. Yatra Madhye Mahadeva Dhandayonyasana. Now, place one foot on the thigh, another foot under the opposite thigh. Thumbs and index finger touching. Place them on top of the knees in Virasana. Ekam padamatikasmin vinyasroni samsitah. Now, bring the left heel on the right side of the organ, toes under the thighs, and right foot on the left leg, toes by the knee. Hands to the knees with thumbs and index gaze at the third eye in Balakasana. Dava pagigi pagatali punidi he joya. Now, keep the legs in same position. Switch the gaze to the nose in Joni Mudra. Bhavapari Kirtali Dagimadi Kori. Now, keep the feet and hands in same position. Switch the gaze to the third eye in Yoni Asana. Yonyasanam Parvatena Yogam Yogatalevilam. Now, sit, bring soles of feet together, holding with both the hands. Bring the knees towards the ground. Yes, nose. Visualize Lord Virabhadra in your inner space in Bhadra. Gulpo Chivrishana Syadaha Sipantya Yokshipit. Now, keeping the legs in same position, press your tongue against roof of the mouth in Mudra and gaze at the third eye. Now relax the left hand on the left knee. Now with the right hand, cover your close the left nostril with the index. Inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold a breath. Exhale through the left nostril and repeat this on the other. Aghorasana. पूर्वक हो विष्टिका सोई वाही विधियों की के सोई. Now, keeping the legs in the same position, place the elbows on the heels, rest the chin on the sternum, gaze at the nose, engage in Nithyananda in Kanedi Pavati. Vavali Pavasna Kalshu Yahoo Min Dane Vidite. Now, sit with knees raised, arms hitting the thighs and the calves, and into the fingers जोग्रपदिकारो करके अंगरितो जो ये वदशान आने लगा वे सो वो. Now, interlace the fingers around with toes together, toes and group heels touch the chest, chin on the hands, gaze at the nose, go pitch the dance. पूरब विधि पताका मुताता करो पराशे ये दी सितल लगावे कांस में एक या अंगुल परिराशे. Now, sit with the soles of the feet together, inside the hands, underneath the legs, hold the feet with the strong fingers. Bring the feet up to the chest. Bring the head down and put the chin to the stone, gaze at the nose in Uttarasana. Dovo Vitali Sampratane, Ubay Hasiki Uttahitane. Now, remain in the same position. Raise the feet to the face. Fingers interlock palms of the forehead in Vishishtasana. Dovo Pagatali Sam Jodi Sambatare Hadu Pagavichi Aritale. Now from seated position, lift both the legs or top of the left. Bring the arms underneath the legs. Interlace the fingers around the back of the neck in Bhujasana. Surasanam tu Vikneyam Kakshasanam Atafkaram. Now maintain the seated posture. Raise legs up. Bring the elbows under the knees and wrap the arms around the back. Palms clasped in the Shamil Mudra. Gaze at the nose in Kalyanasana. Dovu हाथ वगामिच आने तिरको को दादी ताने. Now, with right knee on the mat, place the right foot flat and place perineum on the raised feet. Now raise the left leg over top of the right and bring the left heel to the right. Place the hands on the opposite knees in Ananda. Bhava padam chiter molam sannyasa dharni tale. Now, from Sankhasana, slide the left heel to the left. Keep the right knee on top of the left. Place both the hands on the right thigh. Dhenupasana. Anusagi nagara pastam vishalim nagalyami. Now, place the right foot on the left side. Then place the left foot on the right. Bring the left hand behind the back and hold the right side. Place the right hand on the left side. Twist the body and gaze at the third eye in Machandrasana. Sorry, in Machandrasana. Vamajanga Paridakshitane, Vamahasane. Now from Machandrasana and twist and hold on to your respective fixes. Lean your forehead so it touches the ground and chest should touch the knees in Machandrasana. Prathama Jimano Sarno Dijoyi, Vamajanga Paridakshitane. Now maintain the feet in the same position. Interlace the fingers and place them on top of the knee as you engage the Mahamudra Bandha in Guru Asana. Urmolirka Dasya Kanishtika Pradesha Gulpan Sansta Padreva Januidrakat Pashni. Let's now repeat Sankadasana on the other side as visualize yourself free as an elegant swan. Baba Padam Chit Mulak Sanyasa Dharmitale. Next asana is Dhenupasana. Visualize the cow in your inner space. Anusagirna Kara Pancham Vishalinda Kalyani. Next asana is Machandrasana on the other side. Vamajanga Paridati Thane, Vamahastishithane. Machandrasana 2 on the other side. Prathama Jimana Sarno Kijogi, Vamajanga Paridati Soyi. Let's repeat Guru Asana on the other side as you engage the Mahamudra Bandha. Urmo Olidaka Dasya Kadishka Pradeshi Gulphan Sansta Padeva Janu Itrapada Pashni. Next asana is Pashvasana. Now sit with knees against the chest. Hands hold the opposite knees. Keep the thighs together. Spine straight. Press the tongue against roof of the mouth in the Parshva. पादतले भूमौ निधाय जाह्नवी उरसविधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम्. Now from seated position, place feet flat on the mat. Now keep the legs in the same position. Wrap the arms around legs and hold onto opposite wrist. Place the chin onto the knees, gaze at the nose in both the shokas. दोवो पगतली भूपरिधरी कोरमाहिले शेखरे. Next asana is Kurakta. Now from seated position, place feet flat on the mat. Place the arms to the knees and hold onto opposite elbow. Gaze at the nose in Kurakata. दोवो हाथ बगबारिया में गोदा नीचे ले लहरावे. Now maintain same hold beneath the knees. Bring the right foot over the left. The heel crosses, toes pointing up. Gaze at the basin in Sumatyasana. मूलद्वार धरती पर ठाने दावा पग परितत्पद आने. Now extend the feet out straight, arms raised straight above the head. Interlace the fingers, wrist pointed outward, engage in Nodri Bandhasana Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at the nose in Dandasana. इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु. Now lean forward, twist forward and down, head to the knees. Hold the big toes with your index and middle fingers in Arambhasana. दोवो पग मिलाव पसारी पगा का उपदा पकड़ी ललाट गोद लगावे. Now sit with legs straight, extend the knees slightly up. Maintain one hand distance between the heels. Now bring the shoulders down, wrap the hands around the legs. Hold the soles to the feet, gaze at the shoulder in Detox. प्रथम भीषि दोम पारे कच्चा ऊर्ध को पुरदो धारे. Now face the chin, mouth, nose on the feet. Insert the hands below the legs, keeping the elbows together on the ground on the fingers. Palms facing upwards, gaze at the nose in Halandri Pavan. So, Tivdi, Mele, Tivdi, Tahada Pakari, Natika, Kadika, Bhuparadhari. Now, raise us. Now sit and extend both the legs out. Lift one foot behind the neck, lean forward and down as Paschimottanasana. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Paschimottanasana Chitam Kritva Ekam Padam Grivayam Dritva Tishthet. Now, in the same position, lie on your back. Let the left hand hold the foot from the top. Straighten the body, gaze at the nose in Ananda. Uttan Shairi Ekam Payi Grivayam Vinyasya. Now, from Anandasana, rest onto the elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at the nose in Ankushasana. Uttan Shairi Ekam Padam Grivayam Purve. Now, lie down on the back, bring the knees straight, and circle the thighs and the calves of the arms. Both your left and your right in Drisha. Uttan Shairam Janve Devastamba Chanda Saitri. Now raise your smoke. Let's now repeat over the Paschimottanasana. Paschimottanasam कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायं धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्. Now, lie on your back. Right hand holds the foot from the top, straighten the body, gaze at the nose in Anantasana. Uttalashayani ekam payi grivayam vinyasya. Now repeat Ankushasana on the other side. उत्तारिशैति एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायं कुर्वन्. Now, lie on your back. Lift the legs one by one up behind the head. Hold the hands behind the back. Gaze at the nose in Yoga Nidra. Padabhyam vese kantham bhukabhyam bandhanam. Now, by lying on your back, raise the legs towards the head. Wrap the hands around the legs. Introduce fingers behind the neck. Gaze at the nose in Padma. Now, bring the knees to the chest, soles facing up. Extend the arms sideways, gaze at the third eye in Kochikasana. Dovu hath chirasa kare, tino sobe se pa kare. Now, lie on your back. Bring the knees to the chest. Next asana is Jatar Pravidyasana. So, request all of you now to lie on your back. Bring the knees to the chest. And arms reach to the sides at the shoulder level. In Jatara Pravidya 1, keep one knee bent, twist and bring to the ground on the opposite side. And keep the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Pravidya 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. In Jatara Pravidya 3, head looks in the opposite direction. Parividhik Kuksha Bhagya Next time repeat. Jatara Pravidya. Parividhik Kuksha Bhagya Now, lie on your back. Bend the knees and face each flat on the ground. Hold the ankles to lift the hips. Gaze at the nose in Vipadapita. Pratikriyayitam Dvandva Pita Sarva Balapradam. Now, bring the arms to the head and place the hands flat on the mat, fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift the entire body off from the ground in Paryankasana. Uttanishayana Bhastatalabhyam Govindastabdyapalatalaabhyam. Now, bring the knees to the chest. Hands in respect to shoulders in Shambhavi Mudra. Move the hips in circular motion in Shvotanasana. Shavavat Shariram Sanstapya Januni Sammiganamo Animya. Next asana is Viparita Karini. Now, lie supine, raise the hips and neck up. Relax the elbows and hands, exhale on the mat below. Move the legs around and around in Viparita Karini. Bhutale Shashiro Dattva Kenaye Karanattvayam. Now, remain in the same position. Stop the movements of the legs in Viparita Karini 2. Karani Viparithakhya Sarvadhya Vyadinashini. Now take the feet over the head, toes on the floor. Hands stretched on the ground, palms clasped in the Parishmudra in Langhalasana. नरकासे स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ प्रादिपृष्ठे. Now hold the toes, stay, hold the toes, arms and legs are straightened in Shaitapattanasana. Tanam Shayita Purvita Shita Paschimottanakam. Now remain the same position. Spread, spread the legs, spread the toes out wide and hold the big toes with your index and your finger in Supta Konasana. Parividhe Kukshibhagya Ridahi Parikirtitaha. Now bring the legs together and hold the ankles, keeping knees straight in Chakrasana. Shavasanasadau padau Koryan Mastakapparau. Now lie on your back, keep the legs. Now lie on your back, hold the big toes in Pranamudra in finger slowly. Open legs to wide, open legs wide and Supta Prasarita Palasana. Uttar Padan Prauntam Marichim Veerabhadrakam. Now bring the legs together in front of you and hold the big toes with your index and the fingers in Padam Uttasana. Uttar Padam Prauntam Marichim Veerabhadrakam. Now from Supta Padam move the legs into Padmasana. Lay on your back. Hold the opposite elbows over the head. Gaze nose in Madhyasana. Mukta Padmasanam Kritva Uttanashayanam Tareti. Now, remaining the same position, place back side of the right hand on top of the left palm. Gaze at the nose in Parashrama. Pratama Kare Padmasana Ache Sudo Sobe Bhuparipache. Now, while lying on your back, legs in Padmasana, lift the hips and legs up. Hands support the hips, elbows on the floor, tuck the chin to the chest in Jalantarabhanga, gaze at the nose in Sarvanga. Atavaksheta Sanchepa, Sarvanga Saramuttamam. Relax yourself now. Lay on your back, place one foot on the opposite thigh, and lift the other knee towards the head. Now extend both the arms straight and hook the fingers forward, gaze at the third eye in Vrishtikasana. Pratamasaino Sudho Sishakesaki Samdisudake. Now lay on the back. Let's now repeat Vrishtikasana on the other side. Pratamasaino Sudho Sishakesaki Samdisudake. Now lie on your back. Interlace the fingers behind. Interlace the fingers around the neck in Parshamudra. Now lift both the feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and other knee to the chest. Alternate extending and raising the knee again and again in Vrishabhadakshepasana. उत्तानं शैलं कृत्वा निलुम्बिः कन्दरां भद्वा कूर्पुरोमिलित्वा नितम्बेन. Now, lie your back, lift the legs one by one, keeping the ears to the knees in Maro. Shodhana samste कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्येण कर्ण्यो संस्पृशेत् मारोत्तनं भवति. Nithyananda, sorry for the interrupt for the during the yoga. The next asana is Prakasana. Now, place soles of the feet flat on the ground. Stand up and sit back down in Prakasana. उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं कृत्वा उत्तिष्ठे प्रकाशनं भवति. The next asana is Luthasana. Now, lay on your back. Quickly throw the legs above the head. Completely roll over. Finish in a prone position. Repeat this again and again in Luthasana. उत्तानं शयनं पादो श्रियोल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा. Now, lie on your belly with toes extended. Hands on the ground by the shoulders. Contract the lips, make a sound like a flute whistling while inhaling in Saratasana. निजशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय संवद्यस्ताभ्यम्. Now, raise yourself to a plank position. Jump the legs forward and back between the arms. Inhale for Ulanghana. हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यात् चरणाद्रि उदरेव बहिः अथानयेत्. Now, raise yourself to standing position. Bend forward and raise the hands behind. Walk back and forth in Jajasana. अतज्जाजासनं वक्ष्ये येन स्मरो भवेत्. Now, we were entering the first karana of the beautiful sequence is Lodhika Karana. Now, stand with knees bent and toes pointing outwards. Bend the elbows and flip the hands with flexibility. Swiftly move the arms across the body. Then bring it back to the center. Tip the head back and open the chest at the sky. Move the head in all directions and roll it to the Karana. Now, stand tall, arms at the sides, hands to the sides in Sarvasana. Atta Sarvasana Vakshe Vayupanaya Kevalam. Now, while standing, place all fingers on the back and stand on the feet. Feet on the fists, feet on the fists. Begin to move and walk with camel in Ushta Sadanasana. मुष्टि कनिष्ठा प्रदेशे भूमौ निधाय उत्तरपादते संस्थाप्य. Now, remain the same position. Begin to move and walk like a horse in Ashwasana. Visualize yourself as a horse. मुष्टि कनिष्ठा प्रदेशे भूमौ निधाय उत्तरपादते संस्थाप्य. Now, stand straight with feet together. Interlace the fingers behind the back and pull them down towards the calves in the Parisha Mudra. Open up your chest in Kapota Nikatasana. पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभाग्यहस्तो जङ्घपर्यन्तं नत्वा. We'll be now moving ahead to the next karana, which is the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Now, stand tall with palms together in Namaskar Mudra. Gently bend the knees and keep the toes pointing outwards. Now, simultaneously, open up the palms and raise one heel off of the ground. Slightly lowering the gaze and shoulder of the rest of the knee. Visualize you're holding or offering a bouquet of flowers to God. Now, stand straight, bring the forearms together, forming a horn of a rhinoceros in Khadgasana. Luja sartamasman kritva padatulabhyu. Now, sit down all the way low you can go to the ground. Stand up. Do like this again and again. Uttanottanam. पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असि दत्तम् इति उत्थनोत्तनं भवति. Now stand up straight, raise the arms over the head and come repeatedly in Musalasana. सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत् वारं वार उद्धानं कृत्वा नयेत् मुसलासनं भवति. Now from standing position, pull the soles of one foot towards your belly. With the other leg, sit down, stand up. Alternate in both the sides in Uchirshaka. हस्तद्वयेन धृत्वा दृष्टेत् उच्छीर्षकं भवति. Now, we are entering the next karana, which is Parshvajana karana. Now, stand and keep one leg slightly bent, with toes pointing to the side. And bend and lift the opposite knee towards the chest. And point toes downwards. Now keep the arm holding the knee close to the fist. With the opposite hand placed on top of the thigh, wrist twisted and fingertips pointed towards the center of the body in this karana. Now, on one leg, lower the body to the mat, then stand straight, lifting the raised leg to the opposite thigh in Tandavasana. एकेन पादेन साधव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति. Now, place the left foot on the inner right thigh. Stand erect on the mat to cross, hands by the sides in Brahmana. Brahmanasanamakshya yakritva brahmano bhavet. Now, stand tall, wrap the left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously, cross left arm below the right and bring the palms together in Namaskar Mudra in Garudasana. उत्तानपूर्वपीठेस्य सेम्हेस् गरुडमेव च. Now, let the left foot be placed on the opposite thigh. Hands relaxed by the knees in Ekapadasana. दक्षाघ्रं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च. Now, stand on the right side. Hold the big toe of the left foot and straighten out to the side. Rotate your body quickly on a standing leg in Dhruvasana. एके हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा. Now, lift the left foot behind the neck. Stand tall, alternate between sitting and standing in Trivikramasana. Devayam parasam staprasthavyam uthathavyam Trivikramasanam bhavati. Listener repeat the Parshvajana Karanam on that side. Listener repeat Tandavasana on the other side. एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति. Brahmanasana on the other side. Brahmanasana yakritva brahmano bhavet. Garudasana 3 on the other side. उत्तानपूर्णपीठेस्य सेम्हेस् गरुडमेव च. Ekapadasana on the other side. दक्षाघ्रं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च. Dhruvasana repeated on the other side as visualize yourself as not gold star. Dhruvasana. एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा. Trivikramasana repeated on the other side. ग्रीवायं पार्श्वं स्थाप्य स्थातव्य उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति. Now stand tall with feet close together and toes pointed slightly out. Keep both the hands to the sides of the body. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. Beautiful current. Relax your whole self, the whole body in the Samanaka Karana. Now sit in a squatting position. Bring the hands, bring both the hands underneath the knees and make a finger lock. Let the finger lock touch the navel in Gorak Anjali Asana. प्रथम ही उबे होई बहुरी नीचे पुनि हो गई. Now continue to sit in a squatting position. Insert the hands between the thighs and the calves. Then wrap it around behind the butt. Keep the chest upright in Kanchasana. Ura madhyadhasto nivashritam pandritva. Now continue to be in the squatting position. Hold the hands at the back and sit right. Gaze the navel in Bhairavasana. Dovo pagaki taliki mahi korvilagi. Now continue to sit in a squatting position. Bring your elbows close and bring your elbows up close to the head and palms joint over back facing downwards in Anjali Mudra. Gaze at the nose in Varahasana. Pagatali ki mahiri kor milagi panapan kudobhe se. Now bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let the fingertips touch the mat in front of you in Tripatasana. उत्तासनानि पार्श्वीद्वया सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानप्रदेशे आनीय तिष्ठेत्. Now, place hands on the mat with fingers wide open. Place your knees on the back of the arms, eyes falling down slowly. Lift the legs up from the mat in Bhakasana. Kneel down, head on the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise the body on your head. Legs in the Padmasana in Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Asana Kaugana Kapala Acho Hoyi. Now, with toes flat, touching the opposite feet, sit down between the feet with the heels come outside the hips. And on place the hands on the mat. So, hands on the knees, sit straight, gaze at the nose in Guptasana. Jano Varantare Pado Ritva Pado Chagopayete. Now, hands on the ground, fingers spread outward. Lift the body upside down in Vrikshasana. Saptachakraksharanaya Vrikshasana Visheshakan. Now, remain same position. Switch the gears to the third eye in Shibhuasana. Dovo Pagajori Mahi Gulpa Milayi. Now, from Bakasana, jump the legs back onto the hands and the feet. Palms where the chest, body pressed off the mat. Now, push the body up and down again in Matyasana 2. Nijam Shenan Kurpura Pasha Bhagayam Mudra Kritya. Now, lie prone on the belly, hands on the hip. Extend the legs jointly and point it. Lift the chest to your left and your right like a snake in Sarvasana. Lujam Sharan Kritva Hasto Ditambam Samstapya. Now lie prone on the belly, hands in Padma Mudra, holding the chin. Keep the legs straight, toes point together in Viralampasana. कराभ्यां पंकजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेर्कूर्परया श्रुतिः. Now, lie on the stomach. Place hands flat mat in front of you. Straighten the arms and bend the knees. Bring the feet towards the upper back. Lift the head and chest in Chakrasana. अध्यासन स्थित्वा स्थितलाभ्यां भूमवष्टभ्यनुया Chakrasana bhavati. Now, sit on the knees with top of the feet back on the mat. Bring the butt onto the heels. Stretch the arms in front, palms facing down, place the forehead on the mat in Vajrasana. Idaning garbhininam yogabhyasau yatha laghu. Now, raise yourself to a Gajasana position. Alternate striking the ground with your hands in Meshasana. Gajasana samsto ekekam bahum bhumau tadiget Meshasanam bhavati. Now from Gajasana, lift the legs into the air. Slowly bring the forehead to the ground in Gajasana. Gajasana samstho padadve mantrakaya kritya mastikena. Now sit on the heels, legs together. Interlace the fingers around the toes. First, hold the feet towards the perineum, then place hands on the wrist. Keep the spine straight, gaze north in Dhanasana. पूर्वविधि परिहातिकी काकसीस्य पदासरा मोदी. Next asana is Angamotana. Now interlace your fingers in front and behind you. Stretch the arms forward to the side and then backward. Give a massage to various different joints and muscles in yourself in Angamotana. हस्तयोर अंगुलेर भद्वा हस्तयोर मध्य सर्वांग निष्कर्षयित तिष्ठित अंगमोत्तनम. Now sit to the heels in Vajrasana. Feet turn out to the side. Thighs and knees rest on the ground. Keep the spine straight, hands to the knees in Garudasana 4. Jangorubhyam daram pidya sirkayo vijanana. Now, sit your legs folded back, knees wide open. Place front of the buttocks on the ground and hands holding on to the respective ankle. Gaze at the third eye in Ananda Mandirasana. Atavakshe Veeranatha Ananda Mandirasana. Now, yes. Now, spread the knees wide, sit on the ankles, hands under the knees, gaze at the nose in Bandukasana 2. Prishtam Sampira Gulbhabhya Jambange Savalayakritihi. Now, keep your toes on the mat, heels up and together. Place perineum on the heels. Now, place palms on the ground and spread the fingers wide, thumbs closing, and base of the hands touching the toes. Gaze at the nose. Stick on the tongue and exhale in Narasimhasana. दोऊ बना पानी होई वैसे ये जी मिलरा गोदानी वैसे. Sit straight. Make a hollow of palms and place it on your mat. Keep the thumbs under the teeth. Gaze. Close the lips. Gaze at the nose in Vishrakasana. दोऊ पगान की ये दी जोई गोदाम परम वानम पुनी मोही. Now, keep the soles together. Remain in the same position. Imitate as the monkey's practice as you bring your fingers to your arms. Gaze at the shoulder in Makadasana. दोऊ पगद्री संपत आने तिनकी पुष्टि भू परिखाने. Now, stand on the toes, soles of the feet together. Sit on the heels, knees wide and off on the floor. Hold the elbows behind the back. Gaze at the nose in Vajrasandarasana. Satavapana pani hoyi bese ye dovu yedi guda nivese. Now, keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind, sit on the heels. Place palms on the mat to the sides in Kanjanasana. Kanjanasana yakritva sustiro bhavet. Now, with toes flat, cross the feet and place perineum on back of the heels. Keep knees wide open on the floor. Kurmasana. Gulpau Chivasana Yukravena Samahitau. Now, remain same position. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the supreme point of Hinduism in your inner space in Yogasana. Gudam niyamya gulbhabhyam yukramela samahitaha. Now, stand on the knees. Cross the ankles behind. Cross ankles behind. Feet near the opposite knee. Hold the palms with the fingers inside and thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye in Vijogasana. Goda mam no ubhe hoyi, Goda adhara chet hoyi. Now, in kneeling position, bend backwards and hold the ankles with your hand. Keep the arms straight. Push the hips forward, tilt the head back in Ustrasana 2. Merudantagati dhari samipadi sukhavane. Now, place the hands on the soles and place the hands on the soles of the feet, slowly laying back. Bring the elbows and back of the head on the mat. Gaze at the nasal in Jatyasana. Dovu edi sambuddhari sole mule par. Now, sit on your knees with thighs and halves together. Use support of hands if needed. Rise up, lean back and touch your back to the ground. Do like this again and again in Virasana. May Virasana. जङ्ग्राप्ति भूमौ निधाय धर्मोद्धर्मो पृष्ठिवंसम्. Now, from Virtasana, raise the hips higher, bring the forearms on the mat and hold the back of the heels. Bring the head in between the feet in Kapotasana. Merudantagrati dhara samhiparya sukuman. Now, stand upright on the knees with toes tucked. Hold the arms with opposite hands. Gaze at the nose. Gaze at the nose in Varasana. Varasana. Janani bhumo sanstapya hastabhyam bahu parasparam dritva. Now, keep toes together, toes. Lean forward and bring elbows to the mat. Hands holding the head. Rest the head on the hands and heels on the butt in Varahasana. Surya Chandram Vedanani Asnani Khatyante. Now, in kneeling position, place crowned head on the mat between the interlaced fingers. Now, elbows on the mat, shoulders apart. Lift the knees up and high. Raise the body upside down in Mundasana. Adho Mundasanam Vakshi Sarvesham Praninam Sukham. Now, next asana is Andhasana. Kneel down, head between the knees, elbows are adjacent to the knees. Head holds the head holds the hands hold the head. Inhale and exhale through your mouth in Andhasana. प्रथम पगडली समतहरावे कोरमाहुली उभे मिलावे. Now lie on your belly, arms extended straight out. Lift the thighs and arms and chest off the ground in Viparita Shalabhasana. Shalabhasa Nakuberunte Namke Ganda Berunta Sahite Shri Sadanasana. Now lie on your belly, arms at the side, palms down. See the whole of the mat, keep the chest on the mat, lift the legs together in Kapalasana. Kapalam bhumau nidhaya urdhvam palam mayet kapalasan bhavati. Now, now, sit on your knees. Next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Now lying on the stomach, hands by the sides. Lift the legs up over the head and slowly place the feet on the mat in front of the head. Keep the palms flat on the mat behind you in Akasha Kapotasana. Ushtrasya stitva charno bhumir tapya masikopri nitva. Now, sit on your knees. Bring the chest down so navel touches the knees. Keep the hands flat in the mat and forearms on the ground. Be sturdy in Prakasana. Purpara paryanto hasto nitam dharama. Now, now, remain in the same position. Raise the legs. Bend the back to touch the feet on the head. Chin on, lift the chin and hold in Receive. Yes, sir, repeat. Next asana is Jasana. Now, Now place the perineum down on the right knee and take the left foot outside of the hip. Ankle to the side. Place hands on the mat resembling a bull in Vrishasana. याम्य भूल्पे पादमूले वामभागे बदेतरम्. Now, from kneeling position, place hands flat and mat in front of you. Cross the toes of left feet over top of the mat. Lift the knees up from the ground. Step on the mat in Lola. Lola. Now, now, let's repeat Vrishasana on the day. So visualize yourself as a bull in this asana. व्यामघुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे बदेतरम्. Next, the next asana is Balagunasana. Now, place left toes on the ground and sit on the heels of the left. Now, place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised towards the chest. Palms on the respective knees. Maintain the upright position in Balagunasana. Asana Now, squat with feet flat on the mat. Bring the elbows under the thigh and wrap the hands around the shin. Hold onto your ankles from the outside in Grahasana. पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुपद्ये पूर्वस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्याम्. Let's now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. आसन कौकन जल विकार जाई. Now, squat on toes with heels up and knees off from the mat. Place perineum on the heels and hands on the respective knees. Keep the spine straight in Utkatasana. Jujusti yata urjalo yatrasne paditalo pari. Now, remain same position. Let the knees out wide in Vajrasandhara. प्रथम पनापानी हो ये जैसी दोबू ये दी गुदा निवेसे. Now, squat with feet hip width apart. Hands under the soles of the feet from inside and palms down. Arms straight. Elbows together at the navel. Gaze at the nose in Anjasana. दो हाथ भूम परिताही कहू निजारी नावला गाने. Now, now, Next asana is Padukasana. Now, place back of the hands in mat with fingers facing towards the body. The feet on the top of the hands wrapped around the feet like a shoe. Walk around. Visualize yourself. Visualize you are wearing a Padukasana and walk across the length and breadth of the ear. हस्ततुल पादते कृत्वा दृष्टे गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति. Now, place palms on the mat and raise both the feet upwards into the air. Let them fall back down. Do like this again and again in Udodana. हस्ततुले भूमौ कृत्वा पादवेतु ऊर्ध्वम्. Now, place hands on the mat and raise the legs vertically into a handstand position. Move around on the two hands as if you are dancing in Viparita Nithyananda. हस्तकलाभ्या भूमस्तब्ध ऊर्ध्वं पादागे कुर्वन्. Relax yourself. Now, now, separate the feet. Place one palm down on the mat with arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to the head. Be stable in Kunjarasana. Adavakshe Mahadeva Kunjarasana Muttamam. No. Let's repeat Kunjarasana on the other side. Adavakshe Mahadeva Kunjarasana Muttamam. Now, sit on the ground with feet flat and heels close to the body. Hold your respective ankles in Sambhi Mudra. Lift the feet up from the ground. Pashtibhya Bhumashtabhya. Pashtibhya Bhumashtabhya Haste Gulpo Drispa Tishte Kadambam Bhavati. Now, sit with heels at the perineum. Hold the knees with hands and press them towards the chest in Pavanamukta. Dvayo Supadayo Pani Yatva Sastai Sambhake. Now, sit and lift one leg behind your head. Place both the hands flat on the mat and extend the opposite leg out with knees straight. Lift the entire body off the ground. Keep the chin up in Chakorasana. Purvatadam Chadusparapitham Vajrasanam Tatha. Now, sitting on the ground, hold the left toes on the left hand index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left here. Now extend the right leg out, keeping it straight, and hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow. Dhanurasana 2. Padangushtodupanibhyam grihitva shavanavadhi. Next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now, lift the left foot over top of the left shoulder and bring the right foot across the hook on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out to the side. Lift the head and the chest and find a balance in Ashtavakrasana. Vasishtamalakandinam udakukkudamev cha Ashtavakrasana Dayuram Setu Bandhanam. Now, place the right foot on the left side and bring the left foot flat on the ground. Have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg and place hands back on the ground in Paramashivoham. Etat prabedamaksami karoti sakamaraha. Now, place right foot at the root of the left hand. Then the left leg by the side of the right. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist the body and remain steady in Parshva Matsyendrasana. वामोरमूलार्पितदक्षिपाशो जानुधरीर्वेष्टदोषिता. Let's now repeat Sakorasana on the right. Visualize yourself as powerful source of energy at the front of your face. Sakorasana. पूर्वातनं च दुष्पादतीर्थं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्च शलभाविजङ्गामविवृष्टितम्. Let's now repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the side. Visualize yourself as a bow. पादाङ्गुष्ठोदपानिभ्यां गृहीत्वा शमनाभदि धनुराकर्षकाग्रस्तं धनुरासननीरितम्. Now, lift the. Let's now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the right. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. वाशिष्ठवदकोण्डिन्यम् ऊदकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं चेत्बन्धनम्. Let's now repeat Pranasana on right. Pranasana. एतत् प्रभेदमक्षामि करोति यस्य चामरः एकपादमरो भद्र कण्डेकपादरक्षणम्. Let's now repeat Parshanasthasana. Visualize a great state of stillness. वामोरमूलार्पितपादो जाग्वोद्भरीतेऽस्तिदोषिता. Now, bring one leg straight and press the perineum with the chest forward and down. Hold your toes. Bring the head between the towards the knees in Ardha Paschimottanasana. एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादपाशिना. Now, place your right ankle outside of the hip and hold the soles of the right foot and lift the leg up towards the forehead. Keeping knees straight, gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Crown Chasana. वाशिष्ठवदकोण्डिन्यमोदकुक्कुटमेव च. Let's now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. एकं पादं विसार्य एकं पादश्चपाशेन सीवने संसीदत्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारित पादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा. Let's now repeat Crown Chasana on the side. Visualize yourself as a crane. वाशिष्ठवदकोण्डिन्यम् ऊदकुक्कुटमेव च. Now, sit with foot with your chest. Keep the spine straight. Place the palm on your knees. जानो भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे. Now, Keep your feet in the same position. Tap the heels to respect your hands. Tuck the chin cushion in the shoulder. Gaze at the top of the nose. Gorakshasana. Jano Varantari Pada Uttana Gyatsamstho. Now, bring the left heel to perineum. Right foot on the left side. Close the right to the index finger. Nose to the middle finger. Ears to the thumb. Gaze at the third eye in Bhadrasana 2. वामपार्श्वोपगस्थाप्य रक्षाभ्यं वामकन्धने. Now, move your legs into Padmasana position. Place the hands on the ground, hands facing upwards. Keep the spine straight. Gaze at the nose in Yogasana. Uttano Charno Kritva Sumstopyarichaluno. Now, from Padmasana, place the hands flat on the mat beside the body. Press the hands into the mat. Lift the knees up from the ground. Balance above the mat in Urdhva Kukkudam. Vashishthamadakondainyam Urdhva cha. Now from Padmasana, insert both the hands to the knees and place them on the mat. Do not lift the body up. Stay seated on the mat. Gaze at the nose in Siddha Haritali Asana. प्रथमं पद्मासने को करे हस्तद्वय गोदा संविधेरे. Now from Padmasana, press the hands into the mat and lift the thighs up to the shoulder. Legs soft on the mat, stay above the mat, gaze at the nose in Hamsasana. Kukkudasi sthitva skandam parnitvam urnitva tishtet Hamsasanam bhavati. Now from Padmasana, while sitting, reach the hands behind the body, interlace the fingers in Parishmudra. Bring the forehead to the floor, gaze at the nose in Karmukasana. प्रथम पद्मासन को करे गोदा संधि माही करि धेरे. Now from Padmasana, bend elbows and hold the respective shoulders with your hands in Shambhi Mudra in Kurmasana 2. Bam hi jang paridachina pava dahini jang parba milyava. Now remain in the same position. Bend the head down. Tuck the chin to the chest in Darbhanda. Gaze at the nose in Granthi Bedhasana. Athavakshe Neelakantha Granthi Bhedasanam Shubham. Now, relax your head. In the same position, lay on your back in Uttan Purna. Kukudasrabandhastan Karabhyanata Kandharam. Now raise yourself up to Padmasana. Place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift the body up and hold in Panka Kukudasana. Kukudasa Chitva Ekin Astin Anyasya Maribandam Dhritva. Let's now repeat Panka Kukudasana on the other side. Kukudasa Chitva Ekin Astin Anyasya Maribandam Dhritva. Now from Padmasana, place elbows on the toes, and interlace the fingers in Parishmudra. Rest the chin on the knuckles. Press the thumb on the throat in Gridhrasana. Jano Borantare Pado Uttano Vyakta Samsitau. Now, you can relax your hands from the gap in the thighs of the calf. Hold one hand over the other, palms facing upwards in Shambhi Mudra. Keep the spine straight. Gaze at the nose in Padmasana 3. Uttano Charno Vidhayi Diva Shakti Sthitav Yogirat. Remain the legs in the same position. Place palms on top of the knees. Keep the spine straight. Gaze at the nose in Padmasana 4. Etat Padmasanam Kuryat Pranavayopasidhaye. Now, from Padmasana, hook the right hand in and your fingers around the right. Lift the elbow as if pulling a bow back and move the pit toe around. Now place the left hand on the opposite knee, keeping it straight. Repeat it on the opposite side. Atanyasana yoga purakarakshanat. Now from Padmasana, cross the arms behind the back and hold the pit toe with in and movement. Inhale through the tongue, spit like an arrow in Akachandramaka. Engage the Mahananda. Nose, Karmakasa. Karmakasana Matkritya Udire Purya Sukham. Now release the Udyana Bandha and the Jalendra Bandha. Lift the chest, Gradhasana. पूर्वभ्याम्यो प्रस्थाप्य पादयुक्तं प्रयत्नः. Now remain in same position. Lay down on your elbows in Takrasana and lift. प्रथम पद्मासन को उठाने, दो हाथ सामने आमने. Next asana is Padmukasana. Lie on your back, bend the knees, feet on the ground. Embrace the knees with chest in Parashmudra. Head touches the knees in Padmukasana. वेत्रासे स्थित्वा हस्तपादं निष्कूषमोदं नयेत्. Now place the soles of the feet on the mat. Hands interlocked under the head in Parashmudra. Gaze at the nose in Urdhva Kama. प्रथम सूर्योदय करावे गोता उभा राशि मिलावे. Now remain in the same position. Place upward palms under the heels. Lift the hips up in Markata Pitasana. उत्तान शयनं पादत्ले उत्तान हस्ते स्थापयेत्. Now raise the hips up. Support your hips with hands placed at the waist. Elbows by the weight of the body. Chin presses at the throat in Jalandhar Bandha. Gaze at the nose in Utthana Shikapitaka. Jangor balini naschik Utthana Shikapitakam. Now lie supine. Lie supine. Raise the hips and legs up. Elbows and hands are extended on the mat below in Narakasana. Grivakanthena bhumistambha padagradvayam. Now bring hands to lower back, keeping your elbows on the mat. Raise the legs up vertically, then slowly lower and angle them, keeping your core engaged in Triyam Naukasana. Now cover stitva udam padagradvayam nagit Triyam Naukasanam bhavati. Now relax the hands on the mat and keep the legs vertical and hold in Vatasana. Triya Naukava Griva Pishtakurparehi Bhumastamba Kalakshena Padagradvayam. Now lie supine, completely relax the whole body. Avoid any movement of the body. Visualize the supreme point of Hinduism is liberating. Bring awareness to every single moment happening, every single part in your system in Shakti Chalan Mudra. उत्तानं शववत् भूमौ शयनं दुशवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्. Continue to repeat the Mahavakya in your throat center. Let your whole body vibrate the frequency of the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
Now, start to wiggle your
Paramashivoham
toes and your fingers and rock yourself to a comfortable seated position. Yes. Congratulations for all the participants. We have finished the Nithya Brahma sequence. That's wonderful. Right after this, we'll be having a very wonderful, powerful power manifestation session. So request all participants to stay back. So with this, I'd like to thank all the participants and all the viewers who have joined us live for Nithyananda Yoga. Thank you, everyone. With this, I request all of you to sit in a cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in straight line. Bring the palms together in front of your heart, Namaskar Mudra. Close your eyes. Let us now chant the Puna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, everyone. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to the day 16 of the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva's blessings. Let's invoke Swamiji's presence with the Sadguru Vandana. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. I request all of you to be on camera and chant along with me. Nithyanandam Paramasudadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Avaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Now, let's start our sessions with the third eye power manifestation. So please go ahead and share your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. And we are going to do the third eye power manifestation. Nithyananda Paramashiva Shakti, please change your legal name. And I'm putting you in the waiting room. Every day you're coming with this name and you must change to your legal name. Once you change the legal name, I'll allow you to enter the name. It's your home. Come in front of camera. Bang gently. Please come in front of camera. And all of us, let's start the power manifestation. Let's all of you, please actively participate in the session. Go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Let's start with the third eye power manifestation. Please go ahead and change posture powerful cognitions. All right, please sit straight with your technique back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thought, let it come, let it go. Sit with the context that Swamiji is Paramashiva and meditating on the Swamiji's form in your third eye. You experience the oneness space and raise in your consciousness. Sit with this powerful cognition that Swami is Paramashiva. Any thought that is coming now, let it come, let it go. You bring your attention back to your third eye again and again. And with this space, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. That space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. Projecting the picture now. Close your eyes. Anyone of you still close your eyes and projecting the picture now. Young one, make sure you close your eyes. Risika, close your eyes now. Yes. Tie your eyes to the eye band. I'm projecting the picture now. Close your eyes, projecting the picture. Nithyananda, everyone. So please go ahead and share your power manifestation experience. Whatever your third eye reveal in the chat, third eye reveal, please post it in the chat. Please go ahead and share your power manifestation experience. Whatever your third eye reveal, can you all please post it in the chat? Yes. Now, today we are going to learn about the Nithyananda Spurana. It's a very powerful course that Swamiji has conducted as a 2-day course and as a 4-day course, multiple locations across the world. And it changed, transformed so many lakhs of people because it gives the clear cut idea about how to live life, what happens during the death. It's a very intense course. Today and tomorrow, we are going to learn about this, the Nithyananda Spurana. I request Lian Wang, Jia Hong, and who are offline, please come in front of camera and requesting you to participate in the sessions. Vanjali, Sukriti, all of you, please come in front of camera. So we are going to learn about what happens during the death. Learning about this and getting a conscious experience by understanding and by doing the meditation. We get a breakthrough, and it's said, Swamiji said one thing, getting a one conscious glimpse during this program is very important. Even if you do not do anything after that, that will take care of you after journey, after your death. So it is very important. I request you to all of you to be on camera and participating, involving yourself, internalizing everything, whatever we are presenting, and internalizing, doing the meditation, and actively participating. All right. So let's start our introduction. And next Acharya is here. So get ready for the Nithya and the Spurana. Thank you all. Manjumli, Nithyanandam, Long, Liangong, Zio, all of you, welcome to the program. Nithya, all of you, welcome to this program. It's a very powerful program, very intense program, and requesting again, once again and again, to actively involve and participate in this program. Thank you.
Nithyananda, thank you. Nithyananda, everyone. I'll begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please put your hands together, sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Gnanamurtim Dvanvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilakshyan Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguణarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Welcome all of you to today's session in Paramashivoham, day 16. Over the last 2 weeks or so, all of us have received so many powerful clicks and cognitions that will transform our life. One of the major programs that Bhagavan has conducted for humanity is the Nithyananda Spurana program. See, many other things prior to this, what we have done, including the Ananda Spurana and many others, if you're just sitting here and connecting at a very intellectual level with your mind, you will still walk away with some benefits. Today's session, which is Nithyananda Spurana, needs something more than your intellectual connection with the Guru, more than your mind connecting with the knowledge store that the Master has to offer to us all. It needs you to connect at the level of the heart. A certain trust with the Master is so necessary for us to walk this journey. Today and tomorrow, it is Nithyananda Spurana. Whatever it is, the life that you have led, you might have made billions, or you could be a beggar on the street with very few things that you have, maybe 2 clothes to change, a bowl to beg, or you may have made millions and millions of dollars, huge property. at the time when you're going to leave the body, at the time of death. Will you be able to take anything at all with you? What you identify as I, mine, all of that is just going to be here. You're going to put it all here on the planet Earth and exit. At that time, when we leave the body, your dollars are not going to come with you. The properties that you have made are not going to come with you. You will not even be able to sign your checks, your will, nothing at all. The people whom you consider your dearest and nearest, nobody is going to accompany you. You're going to be all by yourself. The truth of life. You come alone and you go alone. At the time when there is going to be nobody for you, nothing that you call as mine with you. At the time of leaving the body, only the master is going to be for you. He's going to be there. His presence is going to be there with you to lead you to the unknown realms. Everything that you identify as mine, as I, which includes this body, all of that is lost at the time of death. It is at those vulnerable moments when we don't even know where we are going to enter, the master, the compassionate presence is going to be there to guide us. Like I said earlier, the various sessions that we have had over the last 2 weeks, if you just sit here with your intellect, I'm sure you will take home with you something to make your life better. A sincere request from my end to all of you. Please open up your heart, open up your being so that you can walk this journey of Nithyananda Spurana with the Master. See, it needs a certain level of intimate connection with the divine, with that presence, to walk into this unknown zone. Be there with the trust that he is going to deliver what is best for you as he opens up the mystery behind this one happening, which nobody, when they are alive, want to even address or talk of. That is death. Like in the Yaksha Prashna, when Yudhishthira is asked, what is the most fascinating thing about people? He says, everybody knows, like they see people dying around them, but each one believes that, somebody will die, not me. Everybody on one of us believes that we're going to be here forever. The truth in the real sense is, it is right. You're going to be here forever because your soul is eternal. But sadly, human beings identify that with the body itself. The pain of it is what we would want to avoid even thinking about death. So in today's session in Nithyananda Spurana, today and tomorrow, Bhagavan will lead us all through the deep understandings about death, and we will also go through the death experience with the Master. See, it is like this. Suppose you went to see the Himalayas, okay, with your friend, a dear friend of yours. You saw the Mount Everest. You even went on a trek to a base camp there. It was such a beautiful experience for you. Years later, when you go to the same place, what would be the very first memory that comes up? You will think about that friend who accompanied you on this journey, isn't it? Like this, when you go through the death experience, now in the session with the Master, at the time when the death actually happens for this body, that memory will open up for you. And as long as you do not abuse the Master, you do not abuse the teachings of the Master, you do not abuse the Sangha, that umbilical cord connection, the spiritual umbilical cord connection will remain between you and the Master. And when death happens, the presence is going to be there. The presence is going to be there to liberate you. Like I said, most of these truths are beyond your logic. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. And when it comes to such great aspects of life and death, it is only the truth that the Master delivers. So let us receive that truth with the due respect, sanctity, and the sacredness and the trust that it truly deserves. So this is all that is expected from all of you. So let's begin today's session, Nithyananda Spurana, which is actually your very door to enlightenment. Are we all ready? Wong Junzi, Mary, Sukriti, yes, thank you. Thank you for the acknowledgement. Zahong, Lian Wong, Nithyananda. All right. Nithyananda Spurana is the program. Nithya, by now we know this word means eternal. And Ananda is bliss. Spurana is flowering. Nithyananda Spurana literally means flowering of eternal bliss. The truth is that continuously the eternal bliss is flowing and flowering in each one of us. It is happening in all of us constantly, but we keep stopping it. And that is the truth. Ananda is the feeling or the energy that never subsides. The energy that never subsides is Ananda. The opposite of Ananda is Nanda, which means that which can leave you, that which can be taken away from you, that which can subside, right? Ananda and Nanda. Ananda is the feeling or the energy that never subsides, which never leaves you, which can never be taken away from you, and that which never reduces. It can never be affected by a certain place, a certain space, or a certain time. Ananda happens irrespective of time and space. Anything that changes based on time and space is the opposite of Ananda, which is Nanda. That which does not change based on time and space is Ananda. Ananda sometimes gets translated as joy by people. That's not the right translation. Your joy is subject to time and space. If you are in a particular space with the right kind of people, as what you believe to be your friends, or with the right happenings which you think is right for you, you are joyful. You got a promotion, you're joyful. At the same time, for some reason, your boss shouted at you. What happened to your joy? It's all gone. So it is subject to time and space. Ananda is not joy. Ananda is bliss. A bliss is the kind of joy that does not change based on time and space. It is an energy that never reduces. At a particular time, we are blissful. At a particular space, we are blissful. If you attribute your bliss to that external happening and you try to reproduce the same time and space, do you think you will be as blissful as what it was before? The very first time you went and watched a particular movie and you had this wow factor, wow feeling about it. Revisit, do you feel the same again? The holiday that you thought will give you the greatest joyful experience of your life. You went, you lie down on the beach, you witnessed everything that you fantasized about your holiday. You probably enjoyed it for a day or maybe two. Day three, you're already bored of this place and you want to move out from there, isn't it? We do not find that same thing will reproduce that bliss as before. And that is what Bhagavan means when he says that the joy that we know is subject to time and space. And it is also inconsistent at that. Ananda is that energy that is continuously flowing in each and every one of us, which never changes. There is an energy that can never be taken away from us. All masters who have happened on planet Earth again and again has spoken about this energy, this Ananda, which is continuously flowing in every being. Apart from the masters saying all this, even if we start searching inside, we will understand that there is an Ananda which is sustaining us all at the bottom line. If it was not there, we will not even be able to move an inch in our lives. The energy that sustains us is there at the bottom line. But for that, there is nothing that you would be able to do. Even our inhaling and exhaling is happening because of this underlying bliss. Our life continues because either we experience this bliss or we are hopeful of experiencing this bliss someday in our life. The hope of this bliss is what keeps us alive, even though you may not be aware of it. Only because of this Ananda, even our breathing, our inhaling and exhaling happens. It is the continuous flow of Ananda that makes our life also flow. Otherwise, our life will not flow. It is the Ananda which is there in all of us, that energy which is keeping us alive, which is the reason why we are all still breathing, the reason why our system is still functioning. This energy called Ananda is continuously working within our being. All masters who have happened agree on this one point, that we are bliss. There's a very beautiful saying in the Upanishad that no two rishis, sages, agree on one point. If they do, be very clear, one of them is fake. Literally, because all masters have their own ways of teaching. Ultimately, it's all directed towards that one common experience, but the way they teach will vary. They may not agree on the same point. One master will say it is okay to eat non-vegetarian. Some other master would say, no, you should be exclusively vegetarian. Some masters would say, you have to be a celibate in order to achieve the ultimate. You have to be a brahmachari, you have to be a sannyas. Some masters will say, it's okay, you can get married any number of times, it doesn't matter. So when there is so much of a variation in what they teach, if all masters are agreeing on this one point, that we are bliss, then it must be the truth, isn't it? Between their teachings, there's always some conflict. Not because the truth is different, but the way in which they express things are different. All of their experiences are the same, but each of their paths and expressions are different. Masters have got their own idea, their own opinion on every subject. No two masters agree with each other on the same subject. But when it comes to this one concept, Ananda, all of them agree to this one statement, that we are bliss. Our inherent nature is bliss. Are you all with me with these understandings? The truth is that we are bliss, and our journey is towards experiencing this truth. There is no being on the planet Earth that is not filled with Ananda, this bliss energy. In each one of us, the bliss is flowing. In every being, the bliss is continuously happening. If all masters are agreeing on this point, then it must be the fundamental truth. Right? In the United States of America, many years ago, a young lady asked the great sage Swami Vivekananda, what is life? He said, come with me to India, I will teach you. She asked, what will you teach me? To which Swami Vivekananda answered, I shall teach you how to die. See, the question is about life, but the answer is about death. It seems strange. It seems very conflicting, isn't it? What Swami Vivekananda is saying is, if you know the secret of death, the very quality of your life will be different. Your very understanding and attitude towards everything will change. In the mystery of death lies the answers to life. Please be very clear, death is not a mere incident at the end of your life. Death is a profound knowing. If you know how to die, you will know how to live. In reality, living and dying are two sides of the same coin. Your life will be totally different once you understand death. So, Bhagavan has designed this program, the Nithyananda Spurana. One of his ultimate compassionate acts towards life forms, towards humanity. The Nithyananda Spurana program journeys you through your own life, simultaneously revealing the secrets of death. It makes your inner space pure and clean by unloading the baggage of emotions that you usually carry with you. When you are done with the Nithyananda Spurana, your very quality of your life will change. This program teaches you how to live blissfully and how to live peacefully. How to live blissfully and how to live peacefully. It puts death in the right perspective so that your life becomes more joyful and meaningful. You know, spiritual, to be a seeker of these kind of truths, to be on the spiritual path, one of the qualities that is fundamentally needed, absolutely necessary, is the courage. Only the courageous people become seekers. People who do not believe will neither allow these words to enter into them. That is one group. Those who believe never have the courage to experiment, and that is the second group. Bhagavan says, neither doubt nor believe. Just have the courage to experiment. People who believe and people who don't believe, both cannot be helped. Both are going to be in trouble. Why so? Because when you say, I believe, you do not experiment with the truth. The ones who are continuously doubting also, they will not grasp the truth. Just have the courage to experiment with the truth. In this program, the Nithyananda Spurana, Bhagavan will be going in deep and cleansing your deep-rooted samskaras that are controlling and playing havoc in your life. We will understand in depth about the various layers, the energy bodies that we have, and which emotion or samskara each of them is ruled by. we are 7 energy layers, right? In each of these layers, starting from the physical layer, there are deep-rooted samskaras which do not allow you to experience the true bliss that you are. So we will go deep in to each of these energy bodies and identify those samskaras and cleanse them. The intellectual understanding, along with the actual cleansing of the samskaras, is the essence of the Nithyananda Spurana program. You will be given all the right understandings, the right knowledge. Along with that, the various techniques and the processes that are conducted in the presence is what is the essence of the Nithyananda Spurana. Many thousands and thousands of people have been helped with respect to healing, a complete healing which has happened to them at the physical, mental, and the spiritual levels. Bhagavan says, people come and ask me how I heal through meditation. He answers, I do not heal through my physical body. It is my presence that heals. It is Bhagavan's presence that heals. It's literally like when the sun rises, the lotus blooms by itself, isn't it? The sun does not go and open the petals of the lotus one by one and it blooms. No, it doesn't happen like that. The sun rises, the lotus blooms. Similarly, in the presence of the master, healing happens. Be very clear, healing is not done. Healing happens. It happens in the presence. The healing effect of this program is because Bhagavan says, I can heal your body since it is in my presence. In the same way, if you open your mind, that can also be healed. What we will be doing in today's program is opening of minds. Please internalize this aspect of the program. It is very necessary. It's not that you will only be sitting and listening to all these truths and sharings. You will be working actively in today's session. And it is very necessary for you to do that. If you have to heal yourself at multiple levels, you will be asked to write down about yourself, about your pains, about your desires, about your guilt, about your pleasures, all of that. See, this is only for you. Nobody else is going to look at what you're writing. It is for you to identify what your deep-rooted, embedded engrams are. What are your samskaras? It is only when you start writing, you will be able to uncover it. So please don't sit in the session and say, no, I will think about it. I already know about it. No. If you know, you would not be here. You would be sitting in the master's seat. You would already be enlightened. It is very necessary to bring them all up. See, most of these desires, our guilts, our pain, all of that exist in an unconscious level for us. And that is why we are not experiencing the truth of we are bliss. When you sit and start penning them all down, they will be coming up from the unconscious to your conscious awareness. And when this whole process is done in the presence of the master, like how the lotus blooms when the sun comes up, in the master's presence, when this whole exercise is done, you will be healed of all those limiting root samskaras, the root patterns. Many a time people have this question, why should we write down all this? Understand, it is only when you write it all down, you will be opening your mind in the master's presence. When you open your mind, Bhagavan's presence can heal your mind. How, if you open your wounds, the sun can heal it. Similarly, if you can open your mind, the energy, the presence will heal all of those wounds. So we all committed to do the program sincerely? Okay. So I will now go on to share what was the inspiration for the Nithyananda Spurana. Yes, Lamong. Thank you, Ma. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham shares the inspiration for this program. This whole program is a formula that is created by me to reproduce certain experiences that happened in me a few years back. So, we will see what those experiences were and how this formula appeared. Bhagavan is sharing the inspiration for this program, how he designed it for us. First, we will see how this experience happened in me, and second, how this formula will reproduce the same thing in you. Unless we understand these two things clearly, we will not be able to work with the formula. So the whole motivation for Nithyananda Spurana came out of two life incidents in my life. The first one happened before enlightenment. It was probably in the year 1999. I was in Varanasi, Kashi. There was an elderly sannyasi, a very old sannyasi suffering from cancer. He was in the intensive care unit in the hospital. I had the responsibility to take care of him. He was a great sannyasi, but not an enlightened person. He was a great tapasvi, a spiritual seeker, undertaking severe austerities. Every day, I used to bring him food, take care of his needs, and stay in the hospital. One day, the person in the third bed from him was slowly passing away. He was dying. I was just sitting on the bed and watching the whole thing. The doctors were standing around him. They were trying their best to help, but they were not able to do anything. So Bhagavan is describing in detail the death that happened, the first incident of death when he was not fully enlightened. Even though I was not enlightened at that time, I had my conscious experience of death by that time, one of the most wonderful spiritual experiences I had ever had. And because of that, I was able to see exactly what was happening to him. Slowly, he started suffering and struggling. First, he started suffering tremendous pain in the physical body. His face started showing the pain. Next, he became breathless. He started inhaling and exhaling erratically. I was able to see very clearly the pain and agony. The pain was what it would be like if 1,000 scorpions were stinging him at the same time. His whole consciousness was being torn. Just imagine. If we cut our little finger with a blade, how much pain we will experience? Now imagine his 6-foot body was as if it was literally being cut into pieces along its length. Imagine the suffering. I was able to experience the pain, the agony, the feeling which he was undergoing. Of course, slowly, very slowly, he started moving away from the physical body. Even though it's a little difficult to receive this whole thing logically, even if it is a little difficult to understand this intellectually, this is what really happened. Even if we understand it as a hypothesis, it is enough, right? I was able to see and experience the tremendous pain and agony of that being. It was an excruciating pain and deep suffering. The being started moving from the physical body to the pranic layer, the second layer body. Pranic layer is our breathing energy. All these 7 bodies, 7 energies, energy layers of our being. When the being started moving towards the pranic layer, again there was deep suffering. Our pranic layer, the prana sharira, the breath body, is filled with all our desires. Our breathing and our desires are very closely related. If we change our breathing, our desires can be changed. Our desires and breathing are very closely related. So, when the energy was moving into the pranic layer, all the desires of the being started coming up. The being started suffering with all the unfulfilled desires. See, imagine how painful it must be when all of your unfulfilled desires start coming up at that time, when you are exiting, leaving the body. So, the being was going through this suffering. Then, when the being started moving towards the next level body, all the guilt started rising. Oh, I should have lived that way, I should have lived this way, etc. In this fashion, slowly the being moved layer by layer and finally died. I saw the whole death, says Bhagavan. I saw the whole death happening right in front of my eyes. I was able to see the whole process of death very clearly, but I was not able to help in any way. I was not enlightened at that time. I was not able to help. I just witnessed the suffering, but the pain created in me just by seeing the suffering itself was too much. I started feeling the pain similar to what we might experience if we witness a nasty accident on the road. What will happen? Will we be able to eat for the next 2 days? If we see a terrible accident on the road, will we be able to eat soon after that? No. It was happening right in front of my eyes. I was able to clearly see the whole process of death, but I was not able to help in any way. I was not enlightened at that time. I was not able to help. I just witnessed the suffering, but the pain created in me just by seeing the suffering itself was too much. I started feeling the pain. The pain became so deeply engraved in me. It was recorded in my being so deeply, I was not able to eat or sleep for the next 3 4 days. Anyhow, after a few days, I left Varanasi and wandered further. I continued with the tapas and after about a year became enlightened. Then, driven by the will of existence, I came down to South India. I stayed there for 1 or 2 years. It was around that time that again I had one more opportunity to see death happening in front of my eyes. So now Bhagavan is going on to describe the death in his presence after enlightenment. Again, I saw the second death in a hospital in an intensive care unit. The second person did not suffer at all. He simply passed away, moving from one layer to another seamlessly. I was surprised. I asked his relatives if he was a highly spiritual person. The first death which Bhagavan had witnessed before the enlightenment, he saw the kind of suffering and pain that that being went through as it passed through the various layers. And now he is witnessing a death where it is happening so peacefully, calmly, seamlessly, no pain, no suffering for that being. And he's so surprised that he's asking the relatives, possibly this guy was doing a lot of meditation, tapas, must be a highly spiritual person. And he asked his relatives to check on that. They said that he was very far away from it. He probably never even went to a temple in all his life. Neither did he meditate or do anything remotely related to spirituality. I started analyzing, why did the first person suffer and why did the second person not suffer? The death that I saw in Varanasi was so painful, there were no words to describe it fully. But the death that I saw the second time was so different. I saw that the person neither experienced pain nor did he have any suffering. He was moving beautifully from the first body to the second layer, the third layer to the fourth layer, and so on. Like how a ball rolls in the snow, just like that, his being was moving. I was surprised. As I was watching, his being slowly moved away and just disappear. He became enlightened. He was liberated. When I was pondering over these two incidents, suddenly the truth jumped up. The second man left his body in the presence of an enlightened being, and that was the reason why he left the body painlessly. When the first person was dying, as I told you earlier, I was not enlightened. I had only a conscious death experience myself. So, my presence did not in any way influence his death, whereas when the second man left his body, I was there in his presence, and the very enlightened energy caused him to leave the body easily. No sooner did this revelation happen than did the means to design a program for human beings to leave the body painlessly and consciously came up. And that is the formula based on which the Nithyananda Spurana program is done today. Whatever the best that can be given to humanity, he immediately delivers it to us. And the formula to recreate this for all has been developed, and that is what is the basis of the Nithyananda Spurana. Now, Bhagavan is going on to narrate his own death experience. Let me narrate to you my own conscious death experience in Varanasi. Let me describe exactly what happened within me when I had my experience with this technique. I always used to think that I should have an experience of death, that I should face death directly, but somehow that thought never became a priority. Any thought has to become the topmost priority. Only then the corresponding experience can happen. It should not just be in one corner of your mind. Usually on our to-do list, we have washing, cleaning, paying the rent, phone bill, finally, if time permits, enlightenment also. If time permits, meditation also. No, enlightenment will not happen if it is this way. Only when it becomes a top priority, only when the urge becomes urgent, everything around you will start aligning itself for the experience to happen in you. And this is the case not just with enlightenment, with anything it is true, isn't it? All of us can vouch for this truth. Only when it becomes the topmost priority will that experience happen for us. Understand, if at all you are complaining that what you wish is not happening, it is because it has not become the topmost on your priority list, nothing else. Let's take home this truth for today. Anything that you want in your life, make it urgent. Your urge has to be urge. It has to become your urge, and it has to become your topmost priority. Only then it will manifest. Nothing else and nobody else should be blamed for it. You will see that the moment it becomes the topmost priority, there will be an energy play that comes into being, and it will simply happen. Until then, it will wait for you. That's all. Only when it becomes your topmost priority, you will see that you will have the time, the intelligence, the resources, everything will fall into place and you will manifest it. There's a small story. One man goes to the doctor and says, Doctor, I tried to commit suicide by taking 1,000 aspirins. Doctor asks, then what happened? No, after taking two, I felt better and I stopped. It's literally like this. Anything that you want is never on your list of the topmost thing as your priority. It's just there in some corner of your mind. So that is why only when your desire is in the absolute top position on your priority list, the experience can be achieved. The death experience was not my top priority, and so somehow it was getting postponed, says Bhagwan. In my wandering days, I had been to Varanasi, the holy city for Hindus. It has the largest floating population in the world. Per day, 300,000 people enter the city and leave. Further, per day, 300 dead bodies are burnt in a place called the Manikarnika Ghat on the banks of the sacred river Ganga. It is traditionally believed that if somebody dies or somebody's body is burnt in that area, the Manikarnika Ghat, they will be liberated. They will have the direct enlightenment. It is not just a traditional belief. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa confirms it with his own experience. He says, I saw very clearly Mahadeva, Shiva, himself going near every burning body, taking the soul, unclutching it from the body mind and liberating it. So, you can't say that it is a mythological belief, it is the solid experience of the enlightened master, his own Apta Pramana, as we call it. Not only it is in the Shastras, but it also the Apta Pramana from Bhagavan Ramakrishna Paramahamsa's life. Continuing, Swamiji says, I had the fortune of going to Manikarnika Ghat. Traditionally, it is not only believed, but it is true that for the last 2000 years, the fire that is used to light the fires has never been put off. Whatever happens, the fire is always there. You can see here the picture, the Manikarnika Ghat on the banks of the river sacred Ganga in the holy city of Varanasi. Whether it rains or shines or floods, people never bring fire when they come with the dead body to Manikarnika Ghat because the fire is always there. The fire will already be burning and they will just take it from there and light the dead body, that's all. The fire has never gone off. It just continuously burns the bodies as they arrive. Sometimes I would see that 2 or 3 bodies are burnt at the same time. So many bodies keep coming. Especially in the evenings, the bodies will be more in number. From near the place where the person dies, they will start walking, carrying the dead body, chanting mantras such as Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai. It means Rama's name is the ultimate and the eternal truth. By evening, they will reach the Manikarnika Ghat. The scene there, the very experience of just being there, I cannot describe to you verbally. Only you have to be there to experience it. To tell you honestly, the fear of death just disappeared from my system. You see so many bodies continuously being burnt every day. You feel, I'm also going to go like this one day. All right, that's all. You feel there are so many people giving you company. It's like one more trip that you can make. That's all. You don't feel lonely about death at all. It is an experience that you should have in your life. Please do make a visit to the holy city, Varanasi. It is something beyond words. You just have to be there and experience it. In your life, if you see maybe one or two bodies being burned, then you will still have the fear of death. But in that place, it's like continuously, one after the other, close to 300 bodies are getting burnt. There will be no ritual done also. They will bring the body, straight away dip it in the river Ganga 3 times while chanting Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai. By this time, the fire will be ready, the wood will be arranged. They will bring the body straight from the water and they will burn it. That's all. One strange thing you can see there, none of the relatives will still be there, stay, and continue to do any further rituals. The moment they dip the body in the Ganga, they will place the body for burning there and go away. The people who maintain things there will take care of the rest. You will not know how long it will take for the body to be brought, that you brought to be burnt completely. There will be a long queue and bodies will be burning continuously. Mary, okay, she's sharing. Now I know why I always cannot be alone, because I had two death experiences when I was a child. I leave it to Swamiji. Today, before the program, I had a strong bad feeling about being alone, especially on my journey to be self-employed. I drop it to Swamiji. Blessings, Ma. Bhagavan will take care of all those fears. Yes, I'll continue to elaborate his own death experience. He says, I thought to myself, let me try to sit here and see what goes on. I sat. In just an hour's time, I felt that death is no more a strange incident which happens once in a while only for some relative or friend. I was watching bodies arriving one after another. It was like, okay, next, 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 that's all. Different sizes, genders, ages, communities of people arrived to be consumed by the same burning flame. When you continuously see dead bodies being burnt, you actually lose respect for death. Now, you have too much of respect, too many ideas about death. That is the problem. It is actually nothing but this. What is death? The breath that goes inside the body does not come out. That's all. Nothing much can be done about it. Neither can you rewind it, nor fast forward it. As I was watching this scene continuously, initially the little fear that I had for death also disappeared, and slowly it became interesting to watch. I went near the people who maintained the fire and started helping them. As I was helping them, I was thinking to myself, after all, this body of mine is also going to become like this one day. The inevitability of that happening when it strikes you, you will actually lose that unwanted fear and respect and all the other ideas that you have about death. When you remember that death is going to happen to you, the respect that you carry for your own ego will come down. Because whenever you think that something should not leave you, it is just the ego, nothing else. Whatever you identify as mine is your ego. This body is also mine, isn't it? The people in my life are mine, my car, my house. All of that is what forms your ego. The respect that you carry for your ego will come down. When you know for sure that everything is going to leave you, then the respect for that ego just drops drastically. The respect I had for my ego dropped at that moment, says Bhagavan. Then I decided, after all, I'm going to die. Either I should have a conscious death experience now itself and live the rest of my life without the death fear, or I should really die. That's all. But I decided that I have to see the death happening to me one way or the other, going through the death experience or going through death itself. I have to do, I have to have one way or the other, is what Bhagavan decided. I request all the participants to go through today's session in all your sincerity. You will see that you will completely walk out of the fear of death. Not just that, you will actually start living life for the very first time. There was a small Shiva temple around the corner and a small tower above the temple. I went and sat in that tower so that nobody would disturb me. I sat in that tower, and from there I started seeing the dead bodies being burnt. I still remember the strong click that triggered the whole experience that was to follow an elderly lady's body being burnt. She had a big belly. The cloth was consumed by the fire, and the fat that was in the belly started melting and flowing. Sorry for describing this so vividly. I could see clearly that because of the fat flowing, the fire was burning with full momentum. That gave a very strong click to me, and I said, God, yes, the same thing is going to happen to this body also. Let it happen. That click opened up a deep fear of death inside me. The fear spread all over the body, but I faced it consciously. I could see very clearly the fear spreading all over the body, and when the fear met my awareness, when it hit my awareness, that became the death experience. I went through a conscious experience of my own death, and came out of it. Whenever your fear is suppressed, it stays inside you as a suppressed fear. Please internalize the next few statements. If you suppress your fear, it is still going to be inside you as a suppressed fear. Whenever it comes out and you are not consciously facing it, it becomes a fear stroke and it shakes your whole nervous system and breaks it down. If it is faced consciously, it becomes the death experience. That's all. So there are three things. You suppress it, it continues to remain inside you as suppressed fear. When the fear is coming out, if you do not face it consciously, it will express as a fear stroke. It will shake your whole nervous system and break it down. On the contrary, when you face it consciously, it becomes the death experience. If you just escape from the death fear, when the fear happens, it becomes death. When you face it consciously, it becomes death experience. Death fear not expressed plus unconsciousness is suppression. I'll repeat, there are three things here again. You escape from the death fear. When the fear happens, it becomes death. You're not there to even experience it. When you face it consciously, it becomes a death experience. And it will be a suppressed fear when it is not expressed and you are unconscious about it. Death fear expressed plus unconsciousness is a nervous breakdown. Death fear expressed plus conscious awareness is the death experience. So, I have given you a clear equation now. Understand this. First, death fear plus unconsciousness is suppression or perversion. That is the first thing. Second, death fear plus unconsciousness means you do not suppress, but you don't face it either. You just get shaken, frightened. You have a fear stroke or a nervous breakdown. Death fear plus conscious awareness is a death experience. I was able to see very clearly the fear that arose when I faced it consciously with awareness. It became my death experience. The body was dead. It was not moving. 2.5 days, I had no food, no water, no thought, no question, no doubt. The body was there. Only after that experience had passed, I realized that I had been like that for 2.5 days. I could see with closed eyes that the body was dead. There was no movement. Suddenly, after 2.5 days, the click happened again. God, the body is dead, but I still exist. I am there. That clarity, when it clicked, became such intense ecstasy in me. The fear of death left me once and for all. A very mystical experience. I will read this out again. Please open up your being. You will be able to connect with the truth. You'll be able to grasp the truth. The click will happen. Only after that experience had passed, I realized that I had been like that for 2.5 days. I could see with closed eyes that the body was dead. There was no movement. Suddenly, after 2.5 days, the click happened. God, the body is dead, but I still exist. I am there. That clarity, when it clicked, became such an intense ecstasy in me. The fear of death left me once and for all. I was in such deep ecstasy, such joy, such bliss. I slowly opened my eyes and I was able to move the body. The first thing I felt was such a surge of ecstasy and gratitude. I went down to the Ganga, sprinkled a little Ganga water on myself, took the Ganga water in the Kamandalu. Kamandalu is the small water pot that I used to carry as wandering monks do. Took a little ash from the fire and went straight to Kashi Vishwanatha temple. I went up to the Shivalinga, offered the ash that I had brought, did the puja. It was done with such inexpressible gratitude. I saw that Vishwanatha was alive there. The Shivalinga that is there in the in the temple is Vishwanatha. For the first time after Bhagavan had his own death experience, he just went straight to the temple after taking the ash from the fire and the little Ganga water, and he offered his worship to the Shivalinga, and he saw that Vishwanatha was alive there. Understand? Because I died, Vishwanatha became alive. Until the day before that, because I was alive, Vishwanatha was always an ordinary stone. I had always felt that to touch this stone, 3 lakh people are coming every day from so far away. What foolishness! You see, when you touch the deity yourself, you will tend to lose respect for it. In South India, you can't touch the deities in the temples, but in North India, you can touch it yourself and do the offering. Anyhow, I always felt that Vishwanatha deity was an ordinary stone. I felt that way because I was still alive. When I died, I saw clearly he is alive. What you identify as you, when your ego dies, you will see that God comes alive in everything. This is what Bhagavan is explaining. Only one can be alive, either him or you. When you see the truth, he will become alive. You will not be alive anymore as you think. The fear of death left me once and for all. I can say that this is one of the very strong experiences that transformed me to search for the ultimate experience of enlightenment. Okay. So with this, I will now have to hand over to our next Acharya. Any questions so far? These are all very deep, mystical experiences and understandings of His Divine Holiness that we just need to receive with an open being and an open heart in the space of gratitude. He will lead us all through this journey in Nithyananda Spurana of having our own death experience, facing all the fears which are actually rooted in the fear of death, and cleansing all the samskaras which are in our energy bodies, the various layers. Okay, so I'll conclude now with the Purna Mantra I thank you all. Please do participate sincerely in all the sessions, and you will see that you are never going to be the same old person anymore. An empowered, transformed being. It's a sincere request from me to all of you. Do all the exercises and the various meditation techniques sincerely. Okay? So please put your hands together for the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Kindly be logged in. Our Acharya will take over in a bit. Any of you here who's been to Varanasi, Kashi? Should make a trip if you have not. The experience is actually beyond words. It is for each one of us to be there and experience that presence. Literally, Mahadeva lives there in every being. Everyone is addressed Har Har Mahadev all the time. There's nothing else other than Shiva Mahadeva.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Yes, now Let's continue. Now we are going to do the power manifestation. Please post your understandings of what you have learned and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We'll do one round of power manifestation and then move on to the session. So please quickly post your powerful cognitions. Sukriti, please come online, ma. And Nithyananda, yeah. Nithyananda, Paramashiva, and Paramashiva Shakti. I'm putting you again in the waiting room. You must change to your original name. I already put you in waiting room, and please change it to your original name and be on camera. Thank you so much, yeah, for understanding. I don't even know who. Yeah. Drawing you and soon you, Elizabeth Gao, please come in front of camera and start participating in the session. Thank you. Yes, now we post your cognitions. We are going to do the power manifestation of Mahima, meaning increasing or decreasing the object's weight or any dimension. So also please bring in your objects so to manifest the power of Mahima. Now let's start working on the power of Mahima. Please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Yes. Now please sit straight with your neck back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Sit with the context that Swamiji is Paramashiva. Meditating on the form of Swamiji. Awaken your third eye. Experience the oneness space with Paramashiva Swamiji. Experience the Advaita. Raise your Kundalini Shakti. Now, visualize his form and any thoughts coming, let it come, let it go. Now, intensely chant Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object, what you want to manifest, declare.
Ananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Can them everyone. Now please go ahead and measure your object again and post your manifestation results. Please go ahead and measure your objects. All others also please post it. It has become lighter. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. How about others? Quickly post your measure it again and post your manifestation results. And someone joined as iPad. I request you to change it to your name. Whoever it is, please post it. Please change it to your name, your real name, or to avoid moving into waiting. Please be on camera and with your original name. Yes. Also, Kriti, Jnana Guru Prasad, Elizabeth, what is your results? Quickly share so we can move on to our next session. Few more seconds, please quickly share your now. Let's continue on Nithyananda Spurana. If you have any questions, please do let me know. If you have any questions, do let me know. Now we are going to learn. So let's continue the Nithyananda Spurana. Passing through the 7 layers. So what are the 7 layers or 7 bodies? Can someone type it? What are the 7 layers or 7 bodies? Can you all, someone of you type it, please? Those of you who come late for their interest, what are the 7 layers? Let someone please type it. So for those of you who joined just now will understand. Because we are going to learn about these 7 layers or 7 bodies today. Yeah. So passing through the 7 layers, there is a beautiful website on near-death experiences. An American doctor did this research and he started meeting people who had near-death experiences. Near-death means those who are clinically declared dead and who come back to life after 3 or 4 hours. There are many such cases. In our Indian villages, there will always be 4 to 5 cases. The other day, a doctor was telling me there are so many cases of those who are medically declared dead and come back to life after 3 or 4 hours. In some persons' lives, it happens 3 or 4 times even, and they come back to life. This doctor somehow got interested in this subject and he started going all over the world meeting these types of persons. He met 10,000 people, not 1, 2, 10,000 people from all over the world and collected all their memories and collected their experiences who had near-death experiences. After analyzing all their experiences, he reached a conclusion that he made a statement, a beautiful statement that people on the planet Earth, only when they live, they are Christians or Muslims or Hindus or Jews or Buddhists. We have so many differences in so many ways. So much of belief system different. But when they die, all of them die in the way that is described by Hinduism. We may be a Hindu, Muslim, Jewish, or Christian, but when we die, we are a Vedanti, a person who seeks the truth. In the Kathopanishad, the ancient Vedic scripture, there is a clear description of death. This researcher says, in all these 10,000 people's experiences, which he collected, everybody experiences exactly matches with what Kathopanishad describes. Let us see what exactly happens, how exactly death happens. First, we move away from the physical body. You may be thinking, I come to learn to live, but he's teaching all about death. Why are we learning about death? We have come here to how to live peacefully. Why are we here talking about death? Understand? Unless we understand the mysteries of death, we will not have a clear idea about life. Our concept about death totally changes our concept about life. Our philosophy about life changes when our philosophy about death changes. So all Western religions talk only about one word. They say that after death, we don't have any rebirth. That's why Western people are so time conscious. Whatever has to be enjoyed in these 70, 80 years. Nothing else can be done. We have to finish it. That's the way their lifestyle. Everything is organized around time consciousness. The idea of death changes while idea of life. So never think that learning about death is a waste of time. It is the basic lesson everyone has to learn. So when we are dying, first a person moves from the physical layer, that is the body which we are having, to the pranic layer. So what are the 7 layers? Anyone can tell me? Person whose name is not there, iPad, I'm going to move you to waiting room. Kindly please change to your original name. So the uh, first moves from physical layer to pranic layer. Physical layer is the outermost layer. The next is what? Pranic layer. The prana refers to we have learned this also in our Spurana. The pranic layer is related to breath. Prana means the life energy that goes through the air. When we breathe. Prana refers to the life force that is brought in by the air into our system when we breathe. It is the life-sustaining energy needed for us. Air is just a medium to bring prana in. Prana is what is needed to sustain life. When we move from the first layer to the second layer, all our desires, our unfulfilled desires, all the ways in which we wanted to live but did not live, all those things usually come out. When this happens, it is almost as if in a room, 10 people are standing, kicking a football around. what will happen? Just like how the football is kicked from one corner to the other, our consciousness will be kicked from all corners. In each corner, some desire will be standing and kicking. At the time our consciousness is trying to leave the body, all our desires will be forcing us to enter back into the body so that we can fulfill and enjoy them further. On one side, our desires will be forcing us to enter into the body again so that we can live and enjoy. On the other side, the body will say, no, I'm tired. I can't go through anymore. Just leave. On one side, the body will say, I am tired. I cannot go through. On the other side, the pranic layer that houses our desires forces us to live inside the body. That's what causes the pulling and pushing at the time of death. Pulling and pushing is nothing but the fight between our desires and the body. Somehow, if you manage to move away from the pranic layer, we enter next into the mental body. When we enter into our mental body, all our guilt rises. So first, the first layer associate with fear. Body physical layer is associated with fear. Next is what? Prana, pranic layer or breath layer. Associated with what? All our desires, unfulfilled desire. Kicks us in. The next layer is what? When we enter the next layer, guilt. Mental layer. Third layer is what? Mental layer, manomaya kota. That is associated with guilt. All the guilt that we had about the way we felt we should have lived. Oh, I wish I should have lived that way. I wish I should not have done that. So all those kind of the mistakes that we committed, all those regrets, all that comes in, and we feel tremendous guilt. Please understand, desire is about to future. Desires is about what future and guilt is about past. But actually both are one and the same. So the same thing, when it is about the past, it is guilt. And when it is about the future, it is desire. The way in which we want to live is desire. And the way in which we wanted to live but did not is guilt. So guilt is nothing but rewiring our past decisions with updated intelligence. So our intelligence is continuously being updated. The problem is that with this updated intelligence, we try to review our past decisions. For example, as a 7-year-old, your mother comes and tells you to eat your food. She says, you have played enough with your toys. Put them away and come out. What do you say? No, I don't want to eat. I want to play. If your mother comes and tries to snatch the toys, what do you do? You not only cry and you even curse her. But all these years later, now you know that the toys are not so important as your mother is to you. Is it? So now your intelligence is totally different. At that time, toys were so important. It's so important that you even cursed your mother. Now, you know your mother is much more important. With this updated intelligence, it is good to create guilt. Is it good? Oh, at that time, I cursed my mother. I feel ashamed. No. At that time, we had only that much intellect. All our decisions are made with the available intelligence at that given point in time in our lives. If we start reviewing our past decisions with updated intelligence, we will always create guilt. All our guilt is nothing but trying to review past decisions with updated intelligence. All the guilt that we collect over our lives arises as we pass through mental body. Then we move a little away, a little deeper, we come to the etheric layer, the fourth layer. All of you, please make a note of first is physical layer, second is pranic layer, the breath body, third is mental layer or manomaya kosha, the fourth is etheric layer. Etheric layer, all our sufferings, all the sufferings that we went through during our life is stored here, like this. Each and every layer has got its own samskara or the stored memories. Then we move a little away, a little deeper. We come to the etheric layer that is also the system. Actually, traveling through these layers is what we can think of as hell. Now, when we are in the physical layer, this whole world is seen as 4D. We experience this world as 4D in multicolor. When we are in the dream world, we experience that world as 4D. So when we are here, the dream world becomes black and white. And this world becomes 4D. But when we are there dreaming, that dream world becomes 4D and this world becomes black and white. So when you are waking, when we are dreaming, our colors are changing. So in the same way, when we move away from physical layer to the pranic layer, at the time of death, this whole world becomes black and white. All your achievements, your pride, your efforts, your sorrow, your happiness, everything will appear in black. You will wonder, why did I do all this work? Why did I think of all this as a base for my life? Let me explain why this happens. When we are alive, we invest in our personality. We build up our personality based upon few pillars. There are few pillars or foundations on which we build our personality. These pillars are money, name and fame, relationships, pride, that we have a big community, support circle, all these things, isn't it? Think about it, internalize it. Don't we work our life? Don't we feel success of our life based on these pillars? Think about your life, scan through your life. Is it not? So if somebody asks you, who are you? What will you say? I'm an engineer, I'm a doctor, I'm a lawyer. Or you'll say, I'm the owner of 4 houses. I'm such and such person's husband or wife. Right? So this way we keep telling. Our personality is built on these few foundations. And when we move from physical body, and all these foundations will be completely shaken. And we cannot sign our name on our checks anymore. Our signature is not accepted. Our bank balance is no more related to us. And we cannot handle our bank account. Our car will not be useful for us. At the most, only the ambulance will be useful. Our house will be filled with all our relatives. They will be weeping to see us dead. But neither our house nor our relatives will be useful to us at this time. We can't even relate with our relatives. We can't talk to any one of them. If we try, they will run away. So, your wife will come up to the last point, to the profession, and weep. Your son will come through to the end and do the last rites and rituals. But who will come after that? Nobody. Nobody can come. Only the conscious glimpse can come with you. What will come is your conscious glimpse, your experiences, how you live, your patterns as a smell come with you. In this way, whatever is the foundation of your being, that whole foundation will be shaken. When the foundation is shaken, naturally, you don't have anything to hold on to. Understand this one thing. If we suddenly hear some loss in our business, we will feel that our whole body is suffering. The suffering will not be just in one portion. The whole body will be suffering. It will be almost like our being is crushed. We can see in our life, if we just sit in our office and worry about something, we don't have to do any work. If we just sit and worry alone, we will have shoulder pain. If we just sit and worry for 10 minutes, what will happen? We will have shoulder pain. So understand that when something moves away from us, the whole body suffers. So when we move away from the physical body, the same suffering starts happening in us. Whatever we thought was a foundation for our life is shaken. As of now, this whole world will appear in 4D. All this talk about spirituality, meditation, growing in inner being, consciousness, etc., will appear as black and white. That's why when I call people for meditation, they tell me, I don't have time to meditate. Let me finish all my work and then come. I have few more years. Never say, I don't have time to meditate. Be very clear to yourself and say, I don't feel that it is just that important in my life right now. We are ready to say, I don't think meditation is so important in my life. I don't have time. Then we are just fooling ourselves. Everyone have got 24 hours on hand. If spirituality and meditation appear as black and white to us now, we will not divert our energy in that area. That's all. Everyone, but what happens is that when we move away from the physical body at the time of death, whatever we thought of as body, when we are living, will totally disappear. Everything will be totally shaken and appear as black and white. At that time, they will not have any basis at all. In them, we will not be able to find any space where we can rest. That is the reason why death is always a sign. But at that moment, if we can have a conscious glimpse or glimpse of consciousness from our past, then we can consciously enter into death. Let me explain further. If we understand this concept completely, we will not develop attachment to whatever we think as 4D. Are you able to recognize this? What is 4D now? What Swamiji is telling as 4D now. Please internalize, post your comments. I request all of you to internalize and post your comments. What is 4D that Swamiji is sharing? Can you all internalize and post your comments of what is so important in your life so far? Internalize. Is your relationship, is your making money? What is that you are giving your energy to, your attachment? So please internalize and post your comments in the chat or write it in a pen and paper. But it's very important to move further. Take a couple of minutes and post your comments. You can write it on a paper also. Now, we have two dimensions, the material world and the spiritual world. Right now, what is happening is that however many pillars we build our personalities and life upon, all these pillars are based on the material world, which appears to be 4D. So, not a single pillar, is based on consciousness or our inner space. Our whole personality is built only based on the outer space. Our name, our pain, what society speaks about us, etc. Our complete personality is structured only what society speaks about us. If everyone's opinion of us is that we are great, what do we think? We think we are great. If everybody says you're useless, what happens? We start getting depressed. This happens because not even a single pillar of our building is based on spirituality. Our inner core, our being, our personality is not based on our inner core or spirituality. The entire thing is based on the outer space. How many cards we have, that kind of stuff. That is the reason that when these pillars are shaken by anybody, we start suffering terribly. If we have even one pillar from consciousness, we can depend on that to stand straight without suffering. One more thing, these outer world pillars are not in our control at all. Anyone passing by can easily shake them. Even if a small child comes up to us and says that we are a fool, we will get a little shaken, isn't it? That child might have even said it only to try a few new words that he is learning. But you get shaken. So understand that these outer world pillars are that weak. Bhagavad Gita says that what comes and stands in our mind at the time of leaving the body will alone decide about our next birth or enlightenment. If we have at least one pillar on consciousness, naturally we will not have suffering when we leave the body. All the other pillars will become black and white. But even if the other pillars become black and white, this one pillar will be there in multicolor in 4D. This one pillar will be there to take us through the process. As of now, we have no pillar to take us through. That's the problem. As of now, our whole personality is based on the outer space. All our pillars are made up of what we think is 4D now. That means the outer space, the outer world things. And there is no inner space for us either. That's why, like a football, people can kick us from corner to corner in the outer space. Anybody can just throw one word towards us and make us disappointed or depressed. If somebody says we are mad, we shout at them and prove that we are mad. A single word is enough to make us mad. Nothing much is necessary. We are almost like the street dogs. If we just throw one stone at it, it becomes mad. If anybody throws one word at us, it is enough to make us mad or depressed. This happens only because we do not have strength in the inner space. Please understand that if you build at least one pillar based on our inner space, this pillar will shine in 4D at the time of death and help us leave the body beautifully. The idea I exists in all of us when we are awake. In deep sleep, is it there? In the same way, almost every one of us has thoughts when we are awake. In deep sleep, do you have thoughts? No, there are two states of mind and two states of being. These two crisscross each other and create four states of being in which we exist and live our life. Now, let's. The first state is to be with. Let's listen from Swamiji about the states of consciousness directly. Listen from his voice. And I request all of you to be on camera and listening intensely. And before that, we go to one round of love manifestation. Let's do one round of power manifestation of Mahima. So please state and bring in your object. So what is power manifestation of Mahima? To increase or decrease. That means to change the dimension of an object or weight. So you can change your height or weight, or you can pick up an object to work on changing the dimension. So please pick up an object and let's get ready for the power manifestation before we move further. Take a minute or two and bring in an object and take the initial measurement. If you're ready, can you please post it that you are ready? Take the initial measurement and post that you are ready for the power manifestation. Ishananda is ready, and I hope all of you are also ready. Let's start the power manifestation. Sit with your objects and bring in thoughtless awareness to your restful awareness to your third. Deep breaths, anything, but bring in restful awareness to your third eye and sit straight, your head and back, straight line. Any thoughts coming, just let it come, let it go. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye with the context that Swamiji is Paramashivoham and meditating on the form of Swamiji and awaken your third eye and experiencing the oneness space with Swamiji. Raise your consciousness with this context. Bring in again and again your awareness to your third eye. Any thoughts, other thoughts, let it come, let it go. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience this space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and declare the object to change as per our declaration. You decide you want to increase, declare that. You want to decrease the object length, declare that. You want to increase the weight, you want to decrease the weight as per your declaration, declare now with the space of oneness. So let's start the power manifestation. Yes. Now please go ahead and measure your object. Once again, and post your manifestation results. Welcome everyone. Please post your manifestation results. Go ahead and measure and post your manifestation results. All right. Thank you, Amanda. Yes. All others also post your manifestation results. Now, we're going to learn about 4 states of our consciousness. Listen from Swami about the 4 states of our consciousness.
I meditate. A single line answer will be to raise the frequency of your consciousness. How it heals, we can understand with this small diagram. I'll try to present a simple diagram. How our mind works, how the meditation influences our system, how meditation directly affects our hardware and software. Our hardware is physical body, our software is our mind. Let me try to give you a simple diagram. You can understand what meditation can do, why meditation needs to be practiced. Can you project? Atma Prabha? Can you project this? Is it seen already? Hmm? Is it seen? Huh? That's enough. I don't need to write. No, nothing. I wanted that 4 states of consciousness. Here is a diagram. Hope all of you, if you are able to see. Is it getting projected? I think if I stand up, I'll be able to explain in a much better way. I think I can explain from here. We have two states of mind. You can say two states of mind you experience in your day-to-day life. One with thoughts, another one without thoughts. Now, you know you have thoughts. In the deep sleep, do you have thoughts? No. So with thoughts, without thoughts, these are the two states of mind. Two states of being means the deeper level. Your being also experiences two states. One with the clear identity, I. Now, all of you have that identity with I consciousness, with that identity I. In the deep sleep state, you don't experience the I state, the I consciousness. The deep sleep, you don't experience the feeling I. Understand? In the mind, you experience two states. One with thoughts, without thoughts. Same way in the being, you experience two states. With I, with identity, strong identity, and without identity, without feeling or remembering your identity. In the deep sleep state, you don't remember your identity. In the waking state, you remember your identity. I am this, I am that. Usually, constantly, you will be remembering or you will be reminded about your identity. With I consciousness, without I consciousness. Now, if we just understand how this state of mind and the state of consciousness connect with each other and create different states in your being, different states in your consciousness. First, with thoughts and with I consciousness, that's what we call Jagrat state, wakeful state. Of course, most of us are now in that state. I can't say all, at least most. With I and with thoughts, you have the identity I and the thoughts are moving. The frequency of I is more than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you are able to control the thoughts. If you want, you can control a thought. If you don't want, you can remove a thought. If you want, you can create a thought. With I consciousness and with thoughts, this is called Jagrat state, waking state. Next, dream state. You have thoughts with thoughts, but there is no consciousness, there is no identity. That is why you will see sometime in your dreams, you will feel as if you are in college, but you will be sitting with your son. Means there is no clear identity. The identity is not logical. It is not clear. Not only that, the depth, frequency of the identity, frequency of the I is lower than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you are not able to control the thoughts. In the waking state, frequency of I is more. That is why you are able to control your thoughts. In the dream state, the frequency of I is lower than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you cannot control the thoughts in the dream. If at all we have a freedom to dream what we want, we know what all we will be dreaming. What kind of dreams we will be choosing. The dream state, the I state, the consciousness is lower than the thoughts. That is why we say there is no I, but there are thoughts. And the third stage, third thing, neither the I consciousness nor the thoughts. It is called sushupti. It's called deep sleep state. These are the three states constantly we experience in our life. We experience waking state, dream state, deep sleep state. These three states. There is fourth state which we have not experienced. That is what we call turiya. There are no thoughts, but the identity I exist is there. It's a very strange experience. Very rarely you might have experienced. Very rarely one or two people experience in their life. If some sudden shock, or if you are sitting with a nature completely deeply relaxed, deep silence, maybe at those few moments you experience no thought, but you are not sleeping. The identity is alive. The I, the consciousness is alive. You know you are alive, you are awake, but there is no thought. This is the fourth state. As on now, most of us have not experienced this state. This is what we call turiya. We experience only these three. Now, the problem is the reason for all our physical and mental illness, diseases is the dreaming state. The dream state starts penetrating, overlapping the deep sleep and thinking. If your waking state is penetrated by the dream state, it's called daydreaming. If your night, deep sleep is penetrated by dreaming, it is called disturbed sleep. Continuously, in the night time or in the daytime, your dreaming state, your swapna is disturbing your life. The more your deep sleep state is, your sushupti is disturbed by swapna, you will have chronic fatigue and insomnia problems. More your waking state is disturbed by the swapna, you will have daydreaming, less awareness. Sometimes you can see, you will get into your car, drive for 10 kilometers, you will reach your office. Only when you stop in your parking lot and get down, take out the key, suddenly you will realize, oh, you drove for so many miles. You would have taken hundreds of decisions to press the clutch, to press the brake, to stop or to run. You would have taken so many decisions without your awareness. Suddenly you realize, oh, I finished my driving. Means the dream state is overlapping, penetrating the waking state. More and more the dream state is penetrating the waking state, the frequency of your consciousness will come down. You may live in the human body, but you will not be living the human life. The frequency comes down. You do not know what decisions you are making. You do not know what kind of words you are thinking. You do not know what is happening inside you. It's like living inside a house, but you do not know what is happening inside that house. Living in the waking state, which is continuously disturbed by the dream state, is what I call living in hell. Now, all the physical and mental disorders are directly from this dream state penetrating either deep sleep or waking state. Waking state or deep sleep state, both if it is penetrated by the dream state, you will have physical and mental disorders. If the dream state penetrates the waking state too much, that is what we call depression, because you will not have the clarity to think further. You will not have clarity to move further. You will not have freedom or energy to move further. That is what we call depression. You will feel like all doors are closed. All possibilities are over. Why meditate? Let me come back to the question. Why meditate? Meditation is needed to create more and more influence, awareness over your thinking state and unconscious state. Instead of dream state penetrating thinking and instead of dream state penetrating waking state and deep sleep, your turiya, the fourth state, the blissful state is supposed to penetrate the waking state and deep sleep state. The more and more you meditate, raise your awareness, raise your consciousness. The fourth state, turiya means fourth. You can't name this state. Or you can give any name. Samadhi, enlightenment, Atmajnana, Brahmajnana, Nirvana. Any name you can give, different names, but same state. This state, if it starts penetrating, overlapping the waking state and deep sleep state, you will see health in the body and in the mind. You will see health in your being. The purpose of meditation is to experience this state at least once, the fourth state at least once, and bring more and more influence of the fourth state on your waking and deep sleep state. If your waking state and deep sleep state is totally influenced by the fourth state, the turiya, that is what we call Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Meditation is a method, technique to bring more and more fourth state in your day-to-day life. If you experience the fourth state in your waking state and the deep sleep state, you are meditating. The purpose of meditation is to bring the fourth state into your waking state and deep sleep state. Maybe the physical health and mental health, everything is byproduct. Of course, it happens, but it's a byproduct. The purpose, main purpose is to experience the higher states of consciousness. When? The next question is when? It's a very controversial question. All the youngsters think I can do this in my old age. All the elderly people think, I should have done in the young age. All the old people think, oh, I have enough time. I can do when I don't have anything else to do. All the youngsters are thinking, no, 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 I should. All the elderly people are thinking, no, no, I should have done in the young age. When, the when question, I'm not looking at that question only about the timing of the meditation, the decision to do meditation or the decision to enter into meditation, when that should happen in the life. Meditation is just like a reading owner's manual before you start driving the car. The person who does not read the owner's manual before driving the car will naturally end up in accidents. Same way, the person who has not started the meditation before entering into the life will naturally end up in suffering and depression. Basic things for the life is the psychological revolution. Understand one more thing I wanted you to understand. This question, when meditation, needs to be understood and analyzed very deeply. Meditation is the basic thing for the life. It's a very basic need. As I was telling, like owner's manual, reading the owner's manual. Meditation is like a owner's manual for your body, for your life. The moment you start living, you need to go through, you need to enter into it. Before the meditation, one basic important thing needs to happen in you. Psychological revolution means understanding about self, world, and God. As on now, the understandings we are carrying are insufficient. They are not able to give a rest in your system. Understand? When I say the word psychological revolution, I mean having a clear understanding about the self, world, and God, the source of the self and the world, God. The understanding which gives you a complete rest, through which you are able to solve all your life problems, through which you are able to find your own life solutions. That is what I call psychological revolution. If you are able to find solution for all your day-to-day problems by the understanding about you, world, and God, you had psychological revolution. If you are not able to find solution for your day-to-day problems through these three understandings, then you need to learn. Only a person who went through psychological revolution can meditate. Then any technique you try. People come and tell me, Swamiji, the moment I close my eyes, I get more number of thoughts than before meditation. If I am doing something, I have less number of thoughts. The moment I close my eyes and try to meditate, I have more number of thoughts. I have more problem. Means the psychological revolution has not happened. Psychological revolution is a basic need for meditation. When we address the question, when meditation, we should say after psychological revolution, means the clear understanding about you, the clear understanding about the world, and clear understanding about the God, which is the source for you and the world. You may think, if I have that clear understanding about all these three, then I don't need meditation. I can say it's like a vicious circle. If you don't have that clarity, you can't meditate. If you can't meditate, you will not have clarity. It's like a vicious circle. If you add clarity, that clarity will lead to meditation. Meditation will lead to more clarity. It will become virtuous circle. Instead of going through the vicious circle, moving towards the virtuous circle. If I have to give one more a simple example, this dream state, constantly penetrating into the waking state and unconscious state, is what leads to more and more misunderstanding, more and more dullness, more and more lethargic feeling, more and more tamas. That's what we call pravritti. Traveling towards suffering. If the turiya, the blissful state, penetrates the waking state and deep sleep state, that is what we call nivritti, moving towards the fulfillment. This is virtuous circle. The clarity leads to meditation, meditation leads to clarity, leading one to another. The psychological revolution is a basic need, basic understanding. I always tell people, if you straight away close your eyes and start meditating, you may have more number of thoughts. So in the initial level, I always give a technique which will not be directly meditation, which will be more like a contemplation. Means you will have an idea, you will have a technique. When you work with it, it won't lead to directly thoughtless state. It will lead to more and more clarity. It will lead to psychological revolution. You will have an intense space where you can analyze your understandings, where you can consider your decisions, where you can rethink again and again your desires, your fears, your worries, what you think as the base in your life. You can again and again look into these details. You can again and again look into these things. Otherwise, many times, we do not know what is our desires. People brag just in the outside world, but they do not know what they are talking. Small story. 3 old ladies are sitting and bragging about their sons. One was saying, you don't know about my son, how much he loves me. He personally took me to a travel agent and arranged for my vacation and did the best possible arrangements and gave me 20 days vacation. The other one said, you don't know what my son did. He got a separate, not only the travel agent, vehicle, a separate flight. He arranged everything for 1 month. Third one said, you don't know what my son does. He goes to the costliest psychiatrist. All he talks is about me. Many times, what you think as life, about what you brag, may not be exactly what you need, may not be exactly contributing to you, may not be exactly adding to you. So in the initial level, taking up a technique which can awaken, which can help The psychological revolution in you is the best way to start. When meditation, here and now, neither the age can be the reason to postpone the meditation, nor the time. Sometimes people tell, should I meditate in morning? Should I meditate in the evening? I always tell people, meditation should become quality of your life. There are three kinds of meditation. One, it's a kind of a truth or bringing your awareness to the life. That is supposed to be done 24 hours. Techniques like Vipassana are bringing your awareness to the present moment. 24 hours. It is not a part of your routine. It should become quality of your routine. There are other kinds of techniques for which you need to spend particular time, like a morning 1 hour or evening 1 hour or some specific time. There are some meditation techniques which needs to be done whole day. There are some particular time. There are some other techniques. You neither need to do whole day nor need to spend separate time. Just very remembrance is enough. There are some great truths. When you are really in that matured state, you don't need a separate technique. You don't need to practice whole day or in particular time. Just very remembrance, you will be in that state. You will be in that state. You will be experiencing the truth. In Zen, there are some beautiful koans. Just very remembrance, you will be transported to that zone. There's a very beautiful story in Upanishad. Disciple comes to the master and asks for technique or a method for enlightenment. Master says, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi. That art thou, you are the truth. And the story says, disciple became enlightened. Very strange story. Just master repeats few words and disciple is enlightened. How can it happen? How is it possible? Looks too much. If we have done the two different techniques, means the techniques which needs to be done whole day and the techniques which needs to be done in a particular time, that very maturity will lead you to the level, the moment you listen, you will start experiencing it. You will start experiencing it. When, why, what, now, how. There are so many different techniques. Somebody asked me the other day, why you have so many gods, so many methods, so many techniques? I told them, in the West, why do you have so many cars? They asked me this question in the West. I told them, why you have so many cars? Because you spent so much of energy in doing research and development in the comfort level, about the luxury. So much of time and energy has been spent to develop the comfort and luxury. That is the reason you have so many luxurious things, so many cars. Same way, in the East, we spent so much of time in thinking and doing research and development, how to raise the consciousness. Because we have done so much of research and development, we have so many methods, so many techniques, so many gods, so many paths. All those things are available to us because we have done so much of research and development. We have hundreds and thousands of techniques in front of us. so many methods. We will see 3 techniques. Each day we will do one technique. Today we will do one technique. Working on our mind, inner chattering. Tomorrow we will do a technique to release the engraved memories. Day after tomorrow we will do a technique to go to the deepest silence or the core of our being. When, why, how, what? All these basic questions about meditation.
Shivoham, Shivoham, Shivasvaruham.
Nithyananda, everyone. So now let's continue our understanding of the next introduction to the Nithyananda Spurana. You can quote your understanding of the 4 states of consciousness. So what is your understanding of the 4 states of consciousness? When Swamiji was in Ramakrishna Math, he went to serve one of the senior sannyasi. He was in the hospital serving that senior sannyasi. And right by the 3 beds away, there is a person dying. And how he went through such a pain, crossing through each body, Swamiji has witnessed. He has witnessed the extreme pain, like Swamiji described as, like it is like 1,000 scorpions biting your body at a time. How painful it is. He went through such a pain, passing through each body. And Swamiji, with his experiences, he was able to perceive how painful it was without a unconscious death will be. Now, after Swamiji's enlightenment, we saw the second death, how peacefully it happened. In the presence of Swamiji, how the body goes through seamlessly, crossing all the layers. Because of Swamiji's presence, the body, even though he has not done any good deeds, but because of sheer presence, he just went through seamlessly and liberated. He was able to catch the glimpse of enlightenment. So, the moment he left the first layer, he was able to feel Swamiji's presence. The moment he started experiencing the enlightenment state, his whole consciousness simply become centered on Swamiji. And so because it was not anything, see what stops generally when we are in the physical body to surrender to our fear of losing money, fear of losing relationship, fear of everything to stop, attachment to fear of losing, these are attachment to them. But when that person was leaving the body, once he crossed the physical layer, there's nothing of that sort could bind him anymore. So he was able to feel the presence. He was able to let Swamiji enter into that conscious glimpse. He was able to sail through all that layer after layer, and finally he was liberated. That's when Swamiji designed the program. This what we are going to learn, the Nithyananda Spurana. Once we have this conscious glimpse, when we going through this death process, we'll be sailing through easily and get liberated. Choose a conscious birth. So let's understand, let's enter into the first layer, physical layer. So it's important to get a conscious glimpse during these meditations. So sincerely do this and going beyond the samskaras in all these 7 layers. We'll go through all these 7 layers and experience today and tomorrow sessions. Now, let's get ready. So before we enter into the session, let's do one more round of power manifestation. So quickly go ahead and get ready for the power manifestation of Mahima. So please post your powerful cognitions from Giving Enlightenment book. And I request all of you to be on camera. Ishana Shivam, Senthil Kumar, Zenqua, Chenyu, Chunyu, Su Weeping. All of you, please come in front of camera. Ishanandaya, your mom, Jnana Swarupini, Litvika, and many more. All of you, please come in front of camera. Let's enter into the. Till now, we had the introduction. Now we are entering into the learning the first layer out of the 7 layers. So before that, let's do the power manifestation of Mahima. Please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Now, please sit straight with your head in back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's palm in your third eye and get ready with your object action. First, get ready with your object to alter the measurement, either weight or any dimension. So please get ready. Sit straight with your head and back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye with the context that Swamiji is Paramashivoham. And meditating on the form of Swamiji, raise your well-being, raise your consciousness. With this context, any thought that are coming, let it come, let it go. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object that you selected to increase, decrease, whatever your declaration, and change the alter the dimension of it. Let's start the power manifestation.
Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, now please go ahead, open your eyes and go ahead and measure your objects size again or weight again and post your manifestation results. Go ahead and measure or take the another weight. Post your manifestation results. All of you quickly go your manifestation results in the chat. Now let's enter into the first layer, physical layer. The bottle becomes lighter if you cannot return to its state. All right. The first layer, physical layer. I request all of you to be on camera and listen intensely to the session. The physical body. Physical body is the body that we can touch and feel. The physical body is what makes us feel physical pain and suffering on the physical plane. First, we will work on the physical body. There are three things that we are going to do. One is balancing the body. The second is erasing the body consciousness on the outer line of our body from our mind. And the third is just merging the physical body back to energy that more like a physical body, more like a matter, right? So it will be merged. It will be put into inside energy. So we're going to do the first two in this session. Why are we supposed to balance the body? Unless you balance your body, your mind will be continuously in the body. There is a beautiful saying by Patanjali. Stiram Sukham Asanam. Patanjali is a great enlightened master from India, known for his yoga science. The meaning of these words can be interpreted to mean when the shoe fits, the feet are forgotten. Or when the belt fits, the belly is forgotten. Or when the chain fits, the neck is forgotten. Or when the ring fits, the finger is forgotten. If the ring doesn't fit, you will be continuously remembering the finger, isn't it? So if the chain does not fit, you will continuously be remembering in it. So if the shoe does not fit, if it is either too tight or too loose, you will be continuously remembering the feet, isn't it? What is the scale to see whether it fits or not? If you have forgotten the feet, you can be sure the shoes fit. If you have forgotten the belly, you can be sure the belt fits. If you have forgotten the neck, you can be sure the chain fits. If you have forgotten the finger, you can be sure the ring fits. So when you can forget the body, only then can you be sure the body is comfortable. Whenever your body is not comfortable, you can never forget about it. If you are not remembering your body in any way, it means that you are comfortable in it. You can forget about your body, you can understand that you are healthy. If you do not remember your head, it means that your head is without any discomfort. If you have a headache, can you forget your head? No. That's why spouses always give headache to each other so that you will not forget them. If some parts of the body troubles you, you will never be able to forget that part, isn't it? So if you forget that part, what does that mean? It means that you are not having any trouble with that part. If the body is healthy, you forget about it. We can also say when you forget the body, it becomes comfortable automatically. So get ready for the first session, forgetting the body. If you are little bit balanced, you will be able to forget the body and you'll be able to enter into the second session. First thing, you need to balance your body. In order to forget it, if the body is balanced, you will forget it. Now, let's we learn a small technique to balance the body. Just think of your mala, the red chain that you are wearing. In earlier days, they used to wear this. At the center of gravity line of your body. If this line is straight, then it means the mala is in the right position. If the mala is held to the side, then it is not resting. If I leave it, it will come back to the restful position. This down position, this mala is totally resting and comfortable. In the same way, your center of gravity line should fall in a straight line. If it falls so, you will be totally comfortable in your body. You'll be able to forget the body. Let me teach you how. Just sit cross-leg on the mat with the right leg on your left thigh. If you cannot sit on the ground, then sit on the chair. But try to best to sit on the ground. Sit with the right leg on your left thigh. Your leg should be seen. Your legs are under control. So legs are under someone. So you don't have to sit like this the whole day. Just once. If you sit, then the whole day will be balanced. You will be comfortable. It's good to sit often in the balanced posture at home or in office or car or wherever. Your whole body will be balanced. Until the age of 7, your body has its own built-in mechanism to balance itself. Once you have grown into societies, you forget the original balancing technique. Now, I'm just giving you the original balancing technique back to your body. Once you learn it, you don't have to sit the whole day like this. Now, it's good to take only 5 minutes. Balancing the body takes only 5 minutes. Sit with the right leg on the left thigh. First thing, for one moment, lean forward slightly and put your whole body weight in front of you and feel the weight of the body. Like this, just even feel the weight of the body. Naturally, you will feel that the whole body is being pulled by gravity. Just Now, sorry, with the technical glitch, I got it dropped with the technical glitch. So it's going to take only 5 minutes. I request all of you to be on camera to see that you guys are doing the meditation properly. Isha and Daya want to see you, Chun you, who looking, Zeoling who, uh, all others please come in front of the camera to see you doing the meditation properly. Come in front of camera. Actually, it's going to take only 5 minutes. Sit with the right leg. I'm reading again. Sit with the right leg on the left hand. First thing, for one moment, lean forward slightly. So I'm going to show you. Lean forward slightly and put your whole body's weight in front of you and feel the weight of the body. You bend your body like this and feel the weight of the body. That's what I'm showing you, Sika. See, listen to this carefully. Put your how to sit, you understand, right? Now start bending. When you're bending, at one point, you see your whole weight on the, you feel the whole body is being pulled to gravity because of the weight, right? So you put your whole body, don't touch this into the ground, but bend completely and slowly come back, inch by inch coming back. Okay, first bend and then slowly coming back, inch by inch. Raise yourself, inch by inch by inch, raise yourself. And make your body straight. In this one, you should not bend the back. At one point, you will feel weightless. When you're coming back, slowly, you will feel the weightless. You see, when your body is leaning forward, you will feel the weight, the heaviness of your body being pulled by the ground. Step by step, very slowly, in leaning backward to midpoint, you will see the gravity becoming less. At one point, you will feel totally weightless. This is the line in which your center of gravity falls in a straight line. Now, very slowly, lean backward and feel your weight again. Then slowly, you bring yourself back to the straight position again. At one point, you feel totally weightless, relaxed. This is your center of gravity line. Okay, so when you sit with the right foot, the left side, and slowly weight, slowly bend forward, you'll feel heavy, weight, pull towards the gravity. At that point, you start slowly getting up, getting up, getting up, getting up. At one point, suddenly you feel weightless. That is your gravity. That is the center of gravity. Now, all of you, it takes only few minutes, 5 minutes. So just all of you, let's start doing this meditation. Balance the body. Please, let's start balancing the body. Start doing this, please. Any questions? Please do let me know. It only takes few minutes. Balancing the body. Please try this. And any question, do let me know. Ritika, are you able to do it? To get the balancing point? How about the others? Are you able to get the balancing point? Are you able to do this? Any questions? Do let me know. Yes. Can you all share? Were you able to do it? Ishanandaya, Lee, sorry, Lisika, Jnana Guru Prasadini, Wan Jungli, Su Ping, Zanqua, are you able to do it? Can you all please respond and post it in the chat? Still doing it. Okay, I'm wait. Still doing it. Okay. Try a few more times. Wang Jungli said, I can find the point. Wonderful. Did you feel the lightness, Wang Jungli? You feel the lightness after balancing the body? Ishanandaya, how is it? Lithika, can you share your experience? Lithika, can you share your experience, ma'am? Without feeling of leaning forward or backward, will not pay attention to the body. Yes. Now let's move on. Ishanandaya, is it done? Please respond. Let's do more. Okay, still doing it. Okay, so I'll wait. Few more seconds. Others also, Risika and others, please respond. bonded body concept. It's not like that. You can try few times, it will experience. Next, let's move on to the next meditation. Um, let's move on to the next meditation. Now, listen to this. You have done this before. Now we're going to do this. Stand with, you have done this meditation in the earlier sessions. Stand with 1.5 foot space between your feet. Close your eyes and tie with the eye band. So basically, inhale and exhale deeply and slowly. Concentrate on your feet. Forget all other body parts. Tense your feet. Visualize your body as a beanbag. And tense your feet as intensely as possible. And now relax the feet completely. Tense and relax. Tense and relax. Visualize that as a beanbag and squeeze it, release it. Like 40 seconds squeezing it, 20 seconds releasing it. Approximately, no need to see the clock. With 40 seconds I'm squeezing, squeeze that it starts pain. Like that to squeeze and release it. Okay, so take one body part at a time. Feet, then calf muscles, knees, thighs, stomach, back, chest, back, neck, shoulders, feet, palms, face, neck, head, every body part. When you are working one body part, forget rest of the body. If you're working with the feet, forget whole body, only feet. Your awareness is completely on the feet. Squeeze it. Remember as a bean bag. The visualize the feet is a bean bag. And squeeze the bean bag of feet. Squeeze it that it starts to pain. Then release it. Then visualize next step is visualize that body part is inhaling and exhaling. That body part is inhaling all the pores, like how you breathe from the nose. That feet, all the pores, skin pores, is taking the prana in. Now, all of you, and then next move on to the second calf muscles. When you are doing the calf muscles, forget everything. Forget rest of the body part. The calf muscles becoming visualized as a bean bag. Squeeze the calf muscles, release it. Squeeze it tightly, release it. Then the calf muscles are breathing in all the pores of the calf muscle, breathing in and out. All right. So let's start. Like after that, knees, thighs. Move inch by inch by inch by body part by body part. Whole body part you have to do. After that, whole body at a time, squeeze it. Whole body become bean bag. Visualize whole body is a bean bag. Squeeze the whole body at a time. Squeeze it, release it. And whole body is taking the prana and breathing in, breathing in the prana, breathe out the whole body. All right. So now let's start doing this meditation. Please continue. work on part by part, one body part by one body part, from bottom to top. Yes. Now, all of you, please share your experience of this meditation. How did you feel about this meditation? Please post it in the chat, and we'll move on to the one more round of the power manifestation of Mahima. Anisika, how is your meditation? Oh, sorry. Now, can you hear me? Please post your please post your meditation experience. Post your meditation experience, and let's move on to the power manifestation. Tika and Nithyananda. Sentua, primarily, what is your experience? Okay, let's move on to the power manifestation. So please bring in your another object and measure the initial length. Let's increase the length of the object. Please bring in another object and measure the length of the object. Please measure the object, bring in another object and measure the object. Now face straight with your head neck back straight line and with your object. Visualize Swamiji's palm in your third eye. Bring in the restful awareness to your third eye. Forget rest of the body. Anything that comes in the way, any thoughts disturbing you, let it come, let it go. And you again and again bring your restful awareness to your third eye and visualize Swamiji's form with the context that Swamiji is Paramashiva. Meditating on the form of Swamiji raises your freedom and raises your consciousness. Experience this Advaita space. That space of oneness. Declare the object to raise. Increase the level. Let's start manifesting the power of mind. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now all of you, please go ahead and measure your height, your object's height, and post the manifestation results in the chat. Please go ahead and post your manifestation results in the chat. Now let's enter into the next layer, which is pranic body. Any questions on the previous layer, please do let me know. Now let's understand the second layer, pranic layer. Second layer is our breath layer, pranic layer. The pranic layer is filled with all our desires. Prana is the life energy that sustains us every moment of our life. Understand? It's not the same as the air you breathe in and out. Prana is the life energy that is carried by the air. For example, if we have to carry a truck of mud from one place to another, the truck is just the carrier. The mud is the real content you are interested in. Similarly, air is the carrier which carries the real content, prana. That is the life energy. We don't need air to survive, but we need prana to survive. Prana is associated with 5 different types of movement or circulation in the body. They are prana, the inhaling the prana, dhyana, meaning prana staying inside the body, udana means prana spreading all over the body, samana, prana assimilating all over the body, and apana, cleansing of the system and elimination. Understand that when your desires change, your prana flow or your air flow will change. For example, if you're caught in lust or any intense desire, your inhaling and exhaling will become intense. The prana going in and coming out will increase. With any desire, the prana flow will change appropriately. If you are in silent and peaceful mood, the prana flow will be different. It will be so mild that you will not even know that the prana flow is taking place. Desire is nothing but energy. How should we handle this desire energy? So let's listen to some Swamiji. Your desires can be fulfilled. We have learned that in the introduction that when you are leaving the body, your desires will come in the way to enter into the body, but the body will be refusing, and you'll be, it is like a too much of conflict and pain. So, how we handle this? What happens during the death with the desire in the pranic layer? Let's understand. If questions, please do let me know.
Telegram. Mind is actually, logic is unfortunate. Before the fortune of energy reaches you by train, the unfortune of the mind reaches you by the telegram. So I don't want you to reach there. I don't want any mind to reach before the energy. Control your desires. You should suppress your desires. Can you be alive without desires? It never gets fulfilled. But the conscious desires, it just helps you to fulfill itself. By fulfilling that desire, you feel the fulfillment. Conscious desire means the desire, by its own power, it shows you the way to fulfill it. It gives you the clear map to reach it. When you reach that desire, the desire also gets fulfilled and you also get fulfilled. Unconscious desire, you do not even know the way in which you have to proceed towards the desire. And not only that, because that is not getting fulfilled, it never allows you to feel the fulfillment. These are the two layers of desires. If your desires are brought from unconscious to consciousness, from unconscious to consciousness, when they are brought, they are just flooded with energy. So two things happen. They get fulfilled. They show themselves. They show the way to fulfill. You fulfill it, or they just disappear. If they can't be fulfilled, they just disappear. They are not hanging in your mind like a hangover. They don't just stay in your mind and disturb your life. All of you understand? Because it's a very simple concept. Of course. Any other question on this concept? And I will answer.
What is unconscious desire?
The quality of the unconscious desire is you yourself not aware that you want it. See, conscious desire means what you want to have in your life. Unconscious desire means just because somebody else is having, you want to have that. You see he is having, and immediately you think, oh, let me have that also. Let me have that. It will be so nice. Then it is just unconscious. You do not know the way to reach it. It never gets fulfilled, but it is there just as a hangover. That is the thing which is called unconscious desire. Desire which comes by seeing others' life, not as your own, not as your own desire.
Can you expand on ceiling on desires? Ceiling on desire. You said we suppress our desires, but it can have a ceiling on the desires. That's what
One thing, even the ceiling is suppression. Even the ceiling is a suppression. So these desires, they should never, no desire should be suppressed. You should bring the desire to a light of consciousness. So the light of consciousness, either it will fulfill it or dissolve it. Whenever you are aware, conscious, you never get foolish desires. Do you get the desire to fly? You never. You never. You know, either you can fly by aircrafts or some through some flight other way, or you have to forget that desire. So whenever it is brought to the consciousness, whenever it comes to the conscious level, you will see just they disappear. Now, we will bring the desires to the conscious level. Of course, this technique I am explaining to you logically. Next session onwards, you will be given only the technique and you will see the result. No logical explanation. Because whenever you get the logical explanation, your mind starts working before the technique works. Tamil, there's a proverb. அதிர்ஷ்டம் ரயில்ல வர்ற முடி தருதர தந்தியில வந்திருக்கு. The fortune is coming by train, but the unfortunate is coming already by the telegram. Mind is actually, logic is unfortunate. Before the fortune of energy reaches you by train, the unfortune of the mind reaches you by the telegram. So I don't want you to reach the, don't want any mind to reach before the energy reaches you. So next session onwards, you will be directly given the technique. You will continue to practice. Then you will see the result. I don't want you to have a prejudice or the pre-understanding about the technique, about the layers. Then you will start having your own concepts. Now let us do a small, very simple thing. You will just sit and write your major desires of your life in your notebook. Sure, nobody else is going to read. Only you are going to have, only you are going to read, only you are going to possess it. Nobody else is going to see, nobody else is going to touch. But two things, mind always says, oh, I know all my desires, why should I write? That's one thing. I know in a vague way, but I do not know how to write, how to verbalize. These are two things. These two things only keep your desire in the unconscious level. Please be very clear. Not verbalizing or not having enough of power, capacity, not having enough of light to throw on the desire. These two only keeps the desire in the unconscious level. So now you sit and you will have next half an hour. I wanted minimum half an hour because you have enough of things to write till half an hour. Can anybody say, I have no stuff to write for half an hour? You have enough of stuff. Start from your desires to have the wealth. This, write the ultimate desire. What is the maximum level you have? Write one by one, clearly, point by point. Understand? Suddenly God appears in front of you and asks, tell me all your desires. I want to fulfill all your wishes. Don't think it's a joke. He may appear also, who knows? So none of you are ready to believe. So you are all very sure, huh? You see, if he appears and asks you, give your applications, let me fulfill all the desires. If you give this application, this notebook, he must be able to fulfill it. And once if he fulfills it, you must be feeling, you must feel totally satisfied. So write in that way. Suddenly God may think very clearly. He may appear in front of you and ask, if you give this notebook, after that you should not feel, oh, I have not wrote that. I have missed that. I should have added at least one. Oh, no, not only the bends. You see, bends you will write. The attachment to the bends. I wrote bends, but I forgot that I should have added that sunglass or the sunscreen. Sunscreen and the moon screen. That attachment I have not added. You should not think all these things afterwards. Once you are given, over. Only one chance. Write in a detailed way with all minute details. Start with your wealth. You have 4 layers, just like a fear. If you've done ASP, you know the 4 layers of fear.
It's not enough.
You will be supplied new notebooks. Don't worry. If you can write, you will be supplied lot of notebooks. You will have enough of notebooks. So, we will start. Don't bother what is going to happen by writing. Write sincerely. 4 layers of fear, just like fear, layers of fear. Anybody remembers the layers of fear? Let us.
First one was fear of losing property, wealth, fame. Second one was fear of losing body part of being an accident.
Wait. Now let's ask somebody else's.
Traveling.
Fear of losing family.
Then,
Family life.
okay.
Fear
Oh,
of stroke.
there are many. Nice. The same way, you have 4 layers of desires also. The desire belongs to I, desire belongs to mind. Desire belongs to mind means the layer of wealth, money, or all the comforts. Desire belongs to mind. Next thing, the desire to have the respect, name and fame, or the social status psychologically in the I and mind. You see, in the mind itself, physical, psychological. In the I, physical, psychological. 2 category, I and mind. In the mind, physical is comforts. Psychological is name and fame. The being a celebrity. Wherever you go, you just want to be a celebrity. You just want to push somehow your head front. These 2 layers. And then inside, in the I, the physical pleasure, sex, or the food, or the sound, music, or the smell, the 5 senses. The physical pleasure in the level of, in the eyes, physical senses. In the eye, psychologically, a strange thing, you will be, what to say, surprised to understand all your spiritual desire belongs to the psychological I. Please be aware. Many of you have told me, I have come here to have a spiritual bliss. I have come here to have this, have that. All these things are also desires. All these things are also desires. So you will write 4 layers of desire. You can at least note down the 4 layers. Then you can, so that according to that, you can title it and start writing. Desire for wealth. And status. Desire for name and fame. Being a celebrity. Third layer, desire of sex, the sexual fantasies. Fourth layer, desire of spirituality. In the eye level, psychological. Of course, you need this, right? These 4 words, that is enough. You understand? Wealth, name and fame, sexual fantasies, then spiritual beings. So under this 4 title, almost all your major desires come, and give the fifth category, miscellaneous. Because you are such, we create anything. I cannot count. What are the weird things you create, only you know. Now you take your own time to write at least half an hour you will be given. Clearly verbalize. You see, God must be able to read. Your handwriting may be bad, that is not a problem. Once the man made an advertisement for his manager. You must be able to write French. Once you know to write French means naturally you know to read, to speak. That is what he thought and gave an advertisement. You must be able to write French. One man, our Moorg, applied for it. When the Moorg appeared for the interview, The man asked, oh, you know how to read, write, speak French. Murg said, no. You said, I must be able to know how to write. The man asked, what? You say you must be able to, you know how to write, but you can't read. How can it be possible? You know how to write, but you can't read. The Murg said, yes, I can only write, I can't read. Strange. Finally, the man said, all right, at least let me give you the test. You write. He started writing. Then what he wrote, this man could not understand. He called the Murg. What is this? What you have read? What you have written? Read it out. Then immediately Murg said, you see, already I told you. I can't read it. So, don't make like the writings. Write such a way that God can read without your help. Verbalize it very clearly. Verbalize it very clearly. See, if you are stuck, if you feel that you can't verbalize, be very clear. Your desires are playing fool of you. The desires which you are not able to verbalize, they are only called unconscious desires. When you verbalize itself, so many desires you will feel, you also will feel shy. What all foolish things and but don't bother about it. Don't bother about it. Verbalize. You will see automatically the process will happen. You don't bother about what will happen. You just follow the technique. You just follow the method. So start writing it. Write all maximum things you want. Don't write minimum, and once God takes away, you cannot give any supplement. So no supplements will be accepted. So write to the maximum. Whatever you want to have, and whatever wealth you want to have, whatever name and fame status you want to have, whatever sexual fantasies you have, whatever way you want to fulfill it, and whatever spiritual desires you have, whatever way you want to fulfill it, write everything one by one.
Only for ourselves, what if we want something for our husband or for our children to write that out?
No, you see one thing, even that is also your selfish thing only. Because if your husband you want for him. You see, if Suresh is not your husband, some other Ramesh is your husband, then you want for Ramesh. You understand? It is not for Suresh, your husband. Your husband. So naturally it comes under your category only. So write your desire. Your desire. Huh? Am I right? It is for your husband, not for Suresh. Poor guy, he was caught, so otherwise it is for somebody else. So right. Only unconscious desires are wrong. Unconscious desire means the desire which you yourself don't know, but which is in you, is wrong. But whatever desires you know is not wrong. Because when you know, naturally, either you will work for fulfilling it or you will drop it. It will leave you, it will disappear. In these two, one thing, naturally one thing will happen. So, if you feel some desires are there just hanging around, either you are not able to fulfill nor you are able to drop, it means be very clear, you yourself are not sure about the desire. You are not clear about the desire. That has not been brought to your consciousness. Now we will have one more meditation technique. First, the mental layer has got a sub-layer, I can say, pranic body, the prana sharira. So we will work on that prana sharira. Then we are going to work on the desire. Of course, this is something to do with your imagination. The meditation technique is deeply related to your imagination. To bring your imagination capacity to the peak, to bring your imagination capacity to the maximum, to bring your imagination capacity to its ultimate level, then you will understand imagination, the desire, how powerful, how energetic they are. They are just a driving force, life energy. Then this mental layer, which was a wound in your being, will become an energy to support you. See, if a building is standing in four pillar, suddenly one pillar is broken, some disturbance has happened. It is not only that pillar is not supporting that building, that pillar becomes a weight on that building. So whenever you get disconnected to one body, whenever you condemn one body, whenever you don't use one body, not only that becomes you are not using that body, that becomes a weight on you. That becomes a weight on you. If that pillar is again substituted or replaced by another one pillar, not only the weight will be, it will not be weight, it will be support. So let us work on the mental body as deeply as possible so that it can become energy. It can support to hold the breath. Just fill your lungs and then hold the breath as long as possible. And then exhale through the mouth and keep your lungs empty as long as possible. Understand? Inhale through the nose as deeply as possible, slowly as possible, and hold. Keep your lungs filled as long as possible. Then later on, exhale through your mouth as slowly as possible and keep your lungs empty as long as possible. This is one cycle. So start doing slowly but deeply. Inhale. Very deeply inhale. Fill your lungs. Fill little more, just little more. Little more. Hold on to it as long as possible. One more second. Just postpone one more second. One more second. When you feel you can't, you have to breathe out. Breathe out through the mouth. Exhale as deeply as possible, as slowly.
You have to open your mouth.
Yes. Continue this cycle, but very slowly. Inhale as deeply as possible through nose. Hold. Inhale deeply through the nose, filling the lungs. Hold the breath for as long as possible. Then exhale gently through the mouth, keeping the lungs empty for as long as possible. Repeat this cycle. Inhale with full effort. Don't have shallow breathing. Inhale as deeply as possible and hold for as long as possible. Exhale only through mouth, gently, and keep your lungs empty as long as possible.
Yes, now let's enter into the meditation of the second layer. Now let's start doing the meditation. Inhale very deeply. Fill the lungs to the maximum extent possible. And little by little, hold on to it for as long as possible. Inhale and very deeply fill the lungs to the maximum and, and hold on to it as long as possible. Now, when you feel you couldn't hold anymore, try to extend it 1 second further and then try for another 1 second. When you feel you have crossed your limit, breathe out to mouth slowly and deeply. Inhale to move as slowly as possible, hold as long as possible. Now exhale to mouth. Exhale as deeply as possible to mouth. Continue the cycle, but very slowly. Inhale as deeply as possible through the nose. Hold for as long as possible. Then exhale gently through the mouth for as long as possible. And keep the lungs empty for as long as possible. Repeat this cycle. After 10 minutes, stop the breathing and relax. Let your eyes be closed. Relax. Come to your normal breathing. So now, visualize all your dreams. After that, slowly visualize all your dreams are getting fulfilled. That all your desires have come true. Imagine as deeply as possible as if it has actually happened. Now, I will be guiding you this. Now, let's start doing the meditation. Okay, please come in front of camera. Those of you who are off camera, and let's start doing this meditation. Relax. Let your eyes be closed. Normal breathing. Your normal breathing. Come to your normal breathing now. All your dreams, all your desires, one by one, all your desires are getting. That all your desires can come. Imagine as deeply as the body feels, as if it has actually happened. Yes. Wait. Imagine as deeply as possible, as if it has actually happened. Visualize consciously how your life is of all your desires. If one of your desires is done, visualize how you will be when how you will be when the desire is paid off. Visualize how you will live after taking all that wealth. Actually, in a very detailed fashion. Don't think that any particular detail is easily include. Include everything that you can think of. Visualize all your desires coming to being. Visualize how your life and actions once the name and feel are complete. Visualize and enjoy your new social status. There is nothing wrong with so. Visualize how you will be attended upon by people because of your new status. Feel gratitude towards them. Visualize all your sexual fantasies coming true. There is nothing wrong doing so now. Go deep and visualize them coming true. Once your sexual desires get fulfilled, how complete you will feel. Feel that way now. There is nothing wrong. Feel the relaxation and fulfillment satisfying all your desires. And now, your spiritual desires are blessed. How fulfilled you will feel? Feel that way now. Visualize all your spiritual aspirations coming true. If there are any broken relationships that you desire to be repaired, now is the time. Take a step to repair the relationship, and that time. Feel the relief, joy, because of the repaired relationship. Feel the joy of being able to talk to that person and to who takes pain. Feel the joy of having the relationship. Visualize and feel that all your desires are fulfilled. Visualize that your life now is in complete that whole effort and visualize things changing. Don't again push the desires to the consciousness. Bring them up to the consciousness. Bring them properly with all the, and there is nothing wrong in what doing it as a visualization. This is the When you start visualizing all your desires, you will start automatically concentrating on the third eye. The movement situated between the eyelids. Allow that continuing your mind to get concentrated on the third eye. With all your power and consciousness, give life to your let all your Let your eyes be closed. Now, stand up with your eyes closed. Give at least 1 feet gap between your feet and place them wide apart. Stop all movement of thoughts. Whatever thoughts you come, just witness them. Just step away from your own body by 1 foot mentally and witness your thoughts, your breath, your mind, and your body. Look at your whole body from this. Stop all movements of thoughts. Whatever thoughts may come up, just witness them. Just step away from your own body by 1 foot mentally and witness your thoughts, your breath, your mind, and your body. Look at your whole body from a distance. Get yourself with the body or the mind. Just give it pristine and calm and arising. Let your hands be closed and relaxed. Slowly relax. Now, you open your eyes and share your experience of this meditation. Now, we want to do one round of raw manifestation. So please sit straight and bring in your object and take the initial measurement. Let's get ready for one round of raw manifestation. Bring in your objects. Now, please stay with your head and back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in the third eye. With the context that Swamiji is Paramashiva and meditating on the form of Swamiji raises your consciousness. That context, bring in your restful awareness in your third eye. Any thoughts, let it come, let it go. You bring in your awareness to your third eye again and again. And with that space, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. In that space of oneness, declare the object to increase the weight of the object. Take the initial measurement and do the power manifestation. Change the weight, increase the weight of the object.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda.
Yes, now please go ahead and measure your objects, weight again, and post the manifestation results. Please go ahead and measure your object's weight and post your manifestation results. Yes, now let us learn about the samskaras, the patterns, the engraved memories in the 7 layers. Much deeper truths. Let's learn from Swamiji's words. Samskaras and the 7 layers, deeper truths.
The 7 layers, the physical layer, the body out, which the physical body is the first layer. The prana movements is second layer. The inner chattering is third layer. Emotions are fourth layer. The deep sleep, what you experience during deep sleep, that silence is fifth layer. In the deep meditation, what you experience, that joy, that intense, vibrant silence is sixth layer. Enlightenment is seventh layer. In the deep sleep, it will be graveyard silence, negative silence. In meditation, it will be intense silence. There is a big difference. When you fall asleep and come back, you will not become more intelligent. But when you fall into meditation and come back, you will be more intelligent and you will be more blissful. When you fall asleep and come back, you may be fresh, a little relaxed, but you will not be more blissful. But when you fall into meditation and come back, that silence is called intense silence, live, vibrant silence. So, the 7 layers, we store different samskaras in different layers. Usually the samskaras related to desire are stored in the prana, the breathing. And the samskaras related to chronic fatigue or tiredness is stored in the body, the physical body. That is why 2-3 times you try to do some exercise, workout, or even walking. First thing body will bring out is tiredness. But without bothering about that first level samskaras which are raising, if you enter into it, suddenly you will see that same action brings energy out of you. If you start walking, in 2 minutes, your mind will suggest 10 times, I am tired. No, it is too much. Enough. We did. Today it is okay. Tomorrow we can do. It will try its best. But if you don't bother about that samskaras and just go ahead, in few minutes, the same action will bring energy. Chronic fatigue. means a deep feeling to be in an action, to be in rest, or non-moving or not moving is stored in the physical body. I always tell people, karma palatyaga, not karma tyaga. The results of the action should be surrendered, not the action itself. Karma tyaga is very easy. That is where the whole spirituality has ended. Reading an article, there was a technical term they started using, Hindu rate of growth. I was surprised. It's just, he means the suffering of India is because of our tradition. It is not. Suffering of India is because we did not follow our tradition. We did not imbibe our tradition. Instead of doing karma palatyaga, we started doing karma tyaga, stuck in the first layer, stuck in the physical layer itself. I've seen in the villages, many places. There are some great things in the villages. There are some things like, instead of karma tyaga, like till morning 10 o'clock, you will see tea shops will be filled. People will be sitting and talking. If you want to listen to the great Vedantic truths, go to the village tea shops morning 10 o'clock. You will see there people will be sitting and just sipping the tea. Oh, without God's grace, nothing can be done. Only by God's grace, anything can happen. All great truths, but just to justify what they are doing, not to internalize. Karma palatyaga is supposed to be the truth. But the karma tyaga starts happening if you are stuck in the physical layer. The chronic fatigue or intense craving for the rest. I have seen people understand this intense craving for the rest brings diseases which will put you in the bed. Intense craving for disease, craving for the rest. Actually, if you see any advertisement for resorts, beach resorts especially, if you see a photograph, beautiful beach, easy resting chair, and somebody resting. The moment you see that, immediately something starts happening in you. You feel you should also be lying like that, completely resting, totally in peacefulness, in the deep peace. The moment you see that, something in you is awakened. That's what I call intense craving for tamas. Understand? If you really find out the same beach, same chair and lie down, you will not have that same peace which you visualized. Till you exhaust the tamas engrams, lethargic engrams you carry in the physical layer, you cannot rest. Your desire for rest will not let you rest. Please understand. How can you say, Swamiji, my desire for rest will as naturally as to let me rest? No, it won't. Because it is from engrams. It is from samskara. Even if you find out the same beach, same chair, same bench, same place, try to lie down. The moment you rest, the moment you started resting, in few minutes, this samskara will settle down. The next layer samskara will start. Even the decision to rest, if it is based on samskara, you cannot rest. First layer samskara is intense desire for rest. Continuously you will see your mind is pulled back. There is a very beautiful story in Upanishad. Disciple goes to the master and asks, Master, give me the method for enlightenment. Master says, very wonderful story. He says, just take these 400 cows, and when they become 1,000 cows, come back. The modern day disciple would have said, what, you are making 600 cows out of my enlightenment. You are trying to make more cows out of my seeking. But he's really sincere disciple. He did not bother about it. He just took the cows. And the story says, when the cows have become 1,000, when he came back, Master says, not only he became enlightened, he says, now we have 1,001 cows. In Vedic tradition, cows are highly respected as a sacred thing. He says, this guy is also now raised to that level, sacred, the level of sanctity. Actual thing, what happened is, continuously when you work with cows, they cannot let you rest. And they don't know you are working 24 hours. They don't know there is nobody else to replace you. They don't know that today is holiday. They don't know. But one person can work only 8-hour shift. They do not have all these problems. They will constantly demand your attention. This guy, by working continuously with them, the desire, the deep desire for rest has disappeared. I can say, the deep desire for vacation or the deep desire for rest, the chronic fatigue, if it leaves your system, 90% of your spiritual journey is over. That is the first worst problem. First layer samskara. The second, in the prana sarira, in the pranic layer, you store all the desires. That is why whenever your desires are changing, suddenly you will see the breathing pattern will change. If you are caught by strong desires, like a lust or anger, even anger is a kind of a desire. Strong desires, your breathing pattern will change. It will be chaotic. The third layer, mental layer. See, the pranic layer, second layer, you store your thoughts about how your life should be. In the mental layer, you store your engrams about how your life shouldn't have been. Means guilt. If your energy moves towards the future, it is desire. If your energy moves towards the past and continuously it is rotating only about the past, it is called guilt. If it is flowing continuously towards the future, it is desire. If it is flowing continuously towards the past, it is guilt. Different ways of moving. The mental layer, the third layer, you store the engrams related to guilt. The fourth layer, in emotions, you store all the visualizations related to pain. Understand? The fourth layer is very powerful layer. In the fourth layer, you don't need any action or information to strengthen the engrams. In the first two layers, you need action to strengthen your engrams. Means the tiredness or the desire for vacation. The more you give the vacation, the more the desire will be strengthened. Same way, other desires, the more you enter into action based on those desires, the more the engrams will become strong. The third layer, guilt, guilt-related engrams. You don't need to do the same action, but just the information about that action. Means if you have seen the same place, or if you are seeing the same person, if you are seeing the same situations, immediately that engrams will become strong and it will be awakened. But in the fourth layer, pain engrams. First layer, chronic fatigue. lethargy engrams. Second, desires. Third, guilt. Fourth, pain. The pain layer, neither you need action, means you don't have to have the same pain again and again, nor you need information related to pain. You don't even need to receive informations related to pain. Just the engrams are enough, they can multiply, they can expand, they can multiply. The deeper layers, the fifth layer, the layer you experience, the deep sleep, there, even though engrams are there, you cannot do anything about it, because in the deep sleep, your mind cannot do anything. It's an unconscious layer. In the first four layer, if you can reduce the depth of the engrams, samskaras, naturally the fifth layer and sixth layer will be cleansed. Fifth layer will be cleansed if you clean all the first four layers. If the fifth layer is cleansed, you will start experiencing sixth layer more and more. Sixth layer, meditation layer. Fifth layer is deep sleep layer. Sixth layer is meditation layer. If you are getting into the deep sleep layer more easily, it means the first four layers are clean. If the first four layers are not clean, then you will suffer more in the fifth layer. That is why the more stress and load, so much of suffering related to sleep starts happening in the life. Sleep has become a big problem. Now, especially in the developed countries, I'm seeing they are able to get beds, but not sleep. Their infrastructure has created the facility to have beds and different temperature, different comfort, so many things, but not sleep, because too much stress. Not only that, if these four layer engrams are too much, in the fifth layer, the relationship between you and your body gets disconnected. I always tell people, reducing the engrams in the first four layer is making friends with your body. Making friends with your body, because you don't know how we are abusing the body. Understand? If you are having overweight, it is directly connected to some of these engrams. When you feel emptiness inside, lonely, you start feeling it. Sometimes you start feeling it by food or by drinking. Any one thing. Every single thing happening in your life is directly connected to some engram. Removing these engrams, you can say, is making friends with your body. Making friendship with your body. I can say this is the best way to heal. The other day, I received a big letter and a report from one of our devotee in USA. She came to our program maybe 2 years ago. Of course, the same meditation which we are going to do now, she did that meditation. She had a tumor in the Muladhara, root center. She had 3 times surgery. She herself is a doctor. But again and again, the tumor was growing in the same place. She came and she was doing this meditation, which we are going to do today. And she was weeping uncontrollably during the meditation. I tried to tell her, please relax, but it was uncontrollable. Anyhow, after the meditation, I asked her, what is the problem? She said that I suddenly again relived the guilt. The young age, she has been abused by some of the close relative, some physical abuse, maybe sexual abuse. She said that I suddenly that samskara opened up, that guilt opened up. I relived. That's the reason I am not able to control. I was uncontrollable. Please forgive me, Swamiji. I said, that's okay. Let it leave. Reliving is relieving. Understand? Consciously reliving is relieving. And you will be surprised. Even of course, I am surprised. It was, of course, I know that relieving heals, but this is very miraculous. It really happened. And she says, after that relieving, after that meditation, within a month, the tumor disappeared and never came back. Now, at least 1.5 years over. Did not come back. I was shocked. I said, of course, I know relieving heals, relieving the guilt, releasing all the samskaras heals. But this is really miraculous. The guilt which she created in the young age, not only about that, the hatred about it has not only evolved as a hatred towards that person, it has evolved as hatred towards the self, towards herself, and the part of that body part. So that hatred has become tumor and sickness. When that engram was released, when that guilt was released, when she became pure, when the guilt has left her system, suddenly she came back to health. The system came back to health. Understand? So many pains and sufferings, physical and mental illnesses, we are storing in our system in the form of some engram. Not only diseases, even disorders, weight, obesity, overweight, obesity, or many other disorders, even those disorders are directly connected to some of our engrams, working on the first 4-layer engrams and releasing them, reliving them, and relieving them will heal your system very powerfully. Understand? It is little strong method, little strong technique. But I tell you, it's at least 100 times powerful than any yoga, any kriya you can do. Because yoga or kriya heals, no doubt. It takes its own time. This is like directly attacking the root center, root cause of suffering. Yoga starts working on your physical body, exhausts all the tamasic engrams, and heals you. Kriyas, the breathing techniques, they start working on your pranic layer, second layer, and releases the desire engrams, reduces the stress, and starts healing. But this method, the meditation techniques, straight away works on your fourth layer. You can work only maximum up to fourth layer. Beyond that, your logic cannot travel, your effort cannot do anything. Beyond that, only the master's presence can do any job. Anyhow, you can work up to the fourth layer. The meditation technique straight away works up to the fourth layer and heals you. That is why it will be so powerful. You need complete involvement, interest. You need to put your whole attention and awareness into the technique. If you can go into it and come out, you will see miracles happening inside you. Understand? If you don't know the science of miracle, you will be making accidents. If you know how to use your inner space, you will be making miracles. If you don't know how to use your inner space, you will be making accidents. Both are beyond your logic. Miracle and accident, both are beyond your logic. If the effect is favorable to you, desired by you, you call it miracle. If the effect is not desired by you, if it is not benefiting you, you call it as accident. In your inner space, if you know how to use, you will be constantly making miracles. Purifying the inner space is planned for miracles. If you don't know how to use, you will be constantly creating accidents because you will be attracting the same frequency incidents in your life, same frequency actions in your life. So, this is a wonderful truth which you need to internalize. Not only internalize, experience by entering into the process. By entering into the process. Understand? I don't even want to use the word meditation technique for what we are going to do today. Today we are going to do two things. One is process. Maybe the second one can be called as meditation. The first one cannot be called as meditation because it's more like reliving, going into all the things about which you are afraid, all the things which frightens you, facing them, living them, reliving them. I call this as reliving. Reliving is relieving. And we will enter into meditation technique. Very powerful technique which you can carry and practice in your home every day. Can anybody become the master or he is the chosen one? Nobody else needs to choose you. You need to choose you. That's all. Understand? Fortunately, masters are not chosen democratic way. Nobody need to vote for you. All you need to do is you need to vote for you. That's all. You need to choose you. Nobody else need to choose you. Just decide consciously, from today, I'm going to live the reality, the truth of my being. That is the decision. You have become master. That's all. I always tell people, when I say I became enlightened on a particular day, do not think something has happened in my system. Of course, something has happened, but that is not the actual main thing I want to convey. First thing, what happened? Very consciously, I decided, let me live my enlightenment. Because I decided as a after effect, as a side effect, something has started happening in my body and mind. But people are always thinking, first that experience should happen, then you will decide. No. First the decision has to happen, then experience happens. So nobody else needs to choose you. Just you choose yourself. That is the best thing. Fortunately, there is no election for choosing the masters. In yesterday's meditation, I felt strong concentration between the eyebrows and vibration in the spine. Is this normal? Yes. Wonderful. You really had a good meditation. Vibration in the spine means the part of the Kundalini energy gets awakened. That is good experience. Swamiji, I would like to know the purpose of our life, our world, our universe, and our God. If you know the purpose of your life, all the other three will automatically be understood.
Tense craving for rest. Could you read the seeds? Can I have a link of this clip, please? I want to translate into Chinese. Yes, ma'am. This is an edited video, but I'll send you the YouTube link. Shukran Ananda. This we edited with adding the uh, clips. I'll send you the, I'll just now, I'll give you the YouTube link. Okay, ma? Right now I posted. What I played is edited for the session. Like it so much, huh? Well,
मैं ये तो नहीं जानता कि आप कितने सफल हैं
this I am posting the link now. This is the link. So basically, samskaras and the 7 layers. That's the topic. What are the 7 layers and what are all the samskaras are stored in these layers? This is the session clipping from Nithyananda Spurana program. That's what we are having now. Literally, the session preparation. Now, we're going to listen to deeper truths about the first 4 layers. We have been learning physical layer, pranic layer, mental layer, and etheric layer. We finished first 2, and we have to start the mental layer. Now let's listen to Swamiji on the deeper truths about the first 4 layers.
Let me explain exactly the word etheric. That is the key word here. Understand? You are not just the body as you think. It is only one part of you. Physical body made out of flesh and bones is one part of you. There is a second layer. The air which you inhale and exhale. Understand? The prana which goes inside and comes out. That is the second layer, second part of your body. To kill somebody, you don't have to even poison the body. If you are just your body, if you have to be killed, your poison has to be added inside your body. But if poison is added, poisonous gas is added even in the room, the person will die. Means your boundary is not just the skin. You are not ending where your skin ends. The pranic layer is like maybe if you inhale and exhale deeply, from which distance you can smell. For example, you can smell, some people may be able to smell any smell which is there 6 feet distance. For some people, they can smell even 20 feet. For some people, fortunately, who kept the nose very sharp in the young age, if you are not suppressed, your nose will be very sharp. Your sense of smell will be very sharp. They can smell even 70, 80 feet. The distance you can smell is your pranic layer. That area air, if it is polluted or corrupted, directly you will be affected. Then you may think, if my nose is too sharp, then I have to maintain too much area. Understand? Pollution, even if you don't maintain, it is going to affect the health. If your nose is sharp, at least you will know you are inhaling polluted air. You are inhaling polluted air. Nothing else. The distance you can smell will be your pranic layer. Prana Sharira. Understand? In the physical layer, the distance between two persons is more. In the Prana Sharira, many of our Prana Shariras are overlapping. Means the distance between two persons is less. That is why sometime when you sit next to somebody, you will feel uncomfortable. With somebody, you will feel very relaxed, very restful. In the meditation classes I have seen, before meditation, they will not feel any uncomfort to sit next to somebody. But after meditation, because the sensitivity has grown, they will just move out of that person. Move out of that person. Because now they can feel the pranic layer. Now the boundary is overlapping. Animals are very conscious and very intelligent about the pranic layer. You can see in the zoos, if the other animal enters the pranic layer, that's enough. This girl, he'll be showing the face. And early morning, if you see Indian streets, I've seen the dogs will go around and ensure their pranic layer is protected by pissing in the light bulbs. And they will go around and ensure that their pranic layer is, their boundaries are protected. Anybody who enters inside the boundary itself is enough. This fellow will get ready for fight. Without moving away, when you close your eyes, is mental layer. For example, if you close your eyes and able to visualize this all in one single frame of mind, in one single visualization, if you are able to visualize this all, this is the distance of your mental layer. For example, if you have to visualize the parking lot, you may have to leave this frame and go there. You may have to unclutch from this frame and visualize the parking lot. Kids can visualize at least 10 times more space than you. That is why many questions they ask, you are not able to answer. Understand? If you are in an open space, if you are in front of an ocean or a vast hilly region, how much area you can visualize? You may be able to visualize some 30-degree vision. This much area only you will be able to visualize in one picture in your heart, in your inner space. If you have to visualize the other side, you have to move this out only as a second thought or as a second visualization only you can visualize. But with the kids, they can easily visualize 120 degree. 120 degree, and especially the kids who doesn't go to school, who are not abused by the so-called verbal-based, word-based education system, logic-based education system. Of course, I can't say it's a Western because now Eastern, Western, everywhere, logic-based education system. The kids who are not abused, abused by the logic-based education system, they will have 360-degree visualization. Understand? When I talk about my first experience, I talk about this only. I was able to visualize. I opened up to the visualization of 360 degree. Kids, till you finish them making like you, till you give birth to your software into them. When you give birth only to hardware, your hardware in them. Only genetically they are affected. When you put your education system in them, you affected them mentally also. You affected them mentally too. Till they are affected mentally, till they are abused by the, I wanted to use this word again and again, by the logic-based education, which is the worst damage done to the human mind. When the logic-based education system is given, they lose the ability of visualization, seeing things under one visualization. The creativity or innovation is lost. I tell you. Along with the verbal, word-based or a logic-based education, if your kids can do little meditation or this carving, anything directly done by using the hand, carving or painting or completely involving eyes and the hands, they can bring the visualization energy back, efficiency back to their system. If that can be done, it will really take care without abusing the kids. Anyhow, mental layer means the area you are able to visualize without any need to move away. For example, if you are visualizing now, able to visualize now this whole hall, one more important thing, most of you may not even be able to visualize this whole hall at a time. Once you, even the whole hall, if you see, you will see first people, then you will see the screen. Even for this hall, you may need 2-3 movement. The area which you are able to visualize without moving is the mental layer boundary.
mental layer boundary. One more important thing. Like if Annamaya Kosha has to be killed, poisoning Annamaya Kosha is needed. Through Pranamaya corruption, poisoning polluting the air is needed. In the mental layer, anybody who is inside that mental layer, his ideas will go into your system without your editing. That's an important thing. So, corrupting ideas are put in your head. That is why whatever ad goes on in the television enters your head. Because that time, that becomes your mental layer. That becomes part of your mental layer. Hardly 10% you logically analyze the news which is read out to you in the TV, or the informations which are told to you through the TV. Because in the TV, in 10 minutes, almost you become part of that mental layer. That becomes part of your mental layer. That is why 90% of the words and ideas which is told to you through the TV, just goes inside. Corrupting 2-3 TV channels is enough to pollute the whole mental setup of particular country, certain country. Fourth layer, very important, etheric layer. Understand? Mahadeva talks about the fourth layer here, means layer of emotions, sentiments. Here the boundary will be bigger. Here the boundary will be even between USA to India. If your relatives are there in India, the distance is too much. Even if they are there, if they are sick, the suffering will be there for you. If somebody dies, the suffering will be there for you. The etheric layer is too big. Understand? Physical layer is only 6 feet. Your skin is the boundary. Pranic layer is the area up to the, you can smell. Up to the area you can smell is the pranic layer, boundary. Mental layer is the area you are able to visualize in one frame, one visualization. That is mental layer. Etheric layer is based on emotional connection. It does not have boundary. Does not have boundary. It is only based on the love or emotional connection you have with people. The feeling you have with people. The connection you have with people. An important thing you need to understand about the feeling or the connection you carry with the people. Even unconsciously it affects you. Even if you don't know they are sick, suddenly you will be low. Why you don't know? Then you will get the telephone call, they are sick. When you are really connected, even without logic, without knowingly, even if you are not informed through your conscious mind, your unconscious will start suffering. Mahadeva says, start feeling the etheric presence. Understand? When you start feeling the etheric presence of you, means where all your energy is invested, all your emotional connections are like your energy investments. You can easily unclutch yourself from the sufferings. If you can find out all the etheric presence connections, your etheric layer connections, you can easily unclutch and enter into the enlightenment or the energy plane, where there is no bondage, where there is no disturbance. If food poison happens, your annam, the physical plane can be corrupted. If the air pollution happens, your pranamaya kosha can be disturbed. If a thought pollution happens, your manomaya kosha can be disturbed. If emotional ideology pollution happens, your etheric layer can be disturbed. Understand? Somebody can be tortured or prisoned Here you will be suffering without even you directly getting involved with it. You can be tortured through remote control way. That is what etheric layer is all about. Many times I have seen people feel etherically connected, means emotionally connected. Maybe the word etheric is too mysterious or mystical. If you are emotionally connected to the people who are back in your home, or if you are emotionally connected to people, some group of some religion, some group or some language, whenever some problem comes for them, you are here suffering. I have seen people suffer for no reason. I am all for serving lovingly and compassionately. If a tsunami hits, serve compassionately, nothing wrong. But don't start suffering. People think only by suffering you can serve. No, if you are suffering, you will not have energy to serve. You will not have energy to serve. Stop suffering. Have empathy. Empathy means feeling they are suffering and immediately working to remove it. Sympathy means suffering along with them. Empathy means working to remove their suffering. You are not supposed to suffer with them. I have seen. If Tamilians suffer there, here the Tamilians feel suffering. If the Hindus suffer there, here Hindus feel suffering. Somewhere if Muslims are suffering, here the Muslims feel suffer. If you have etheric connection, emotional bondage, you invite, you accept, you are waiting for more and more suffering. Mahadeva says, feel your etheric presence with whom all you feel connected. Just for 10 days, try this technique. Feel you are present to all the people with whom you are feelingly connected. You are emotionally connected. Feel like a light beam in the form of a big light. You are connected to all the people with whom you emotionally feel connected. For example, if your parents are there in India, mostly none of you feel connected emotionally. If at all you feel emotionally connected, just visualize continuously. Your body is huge enough to accommodate the whole India inside, and they are there inside it. It may look very funny, but in 10 days, you will have so many new revelations. Understand? So many new revelations. How you imbibe, invite new unnecessary sufferings. When you feel connected to them, even if they are not suffering, if they are going through some incident which you think as suffering, you will create suffering for you. Many times, they will be completely free, relaxed, resting. But what you think as suffering, if they go through, what you will do? You will feel the suffering and you will create suffering for them by forcing it on them. No, this cannot happen to you. We do same thing in the name of love. I call that as a loving torture. Now I go through many times from disciples. Especially when they feed, they think if I eat more, they will get more punya. Based on my weight, they will get more punya. I don't know then what will happen to me. See, the suffering which we invite unnecessarily, unconsciously, the moment it is brought to your conscious awareness, it will disappear. Not only with parents and relatives I am talking. Many ways you may be connected to your religious people or your community people, your group of people or your language people. You will have the common identity connections. Understand? Conditioning is one of the dangerous things. If you are connected to the whole world, that is wonderful. You will never bring suffering for yourself. Because when you expand to the whole world without boundary, there is no ideology-based connection. That does not belong to etheric. That belongs to cosmic body. Etheric body means emotion-based connection. conditioning based connection, conditioning based love, conditioning based connection will always lead to calamity, will always lead to danger, will always lead to violence. Because the other part, the part which you excluded, naturally you will be violent towards them. Naturally you will be violent, angry towards them. I've seen how the conditioning brings so much of suffering unconsciously to a person, and the suffering which he enjoys or cherishes creates more violence and suffering. Understand? Ego means working based on pain body and expanding the boundary of pain body is ego. If you are making some decisions because of the people whom you think is your own is suffering, all your decisions to alleviate their suffering will add only more suffering to the planet Earth. You may add suffering to somebody else, and that person naturally will add suffering to the group which you are thinking as your own. Say, I for I will only end up making the whole world blind. You will remove his eye and he will remove, as a revenge, one person from your party. And all you guys will remove now one person from their party. If continuously this goes on, where it will end? It will make the whole world blind. That's all. Ending place will be whole world blind. Mahadeva says, enter etheric presence, pervading far above. Understand? He knows, I think, people are going to live too far and have the etheric connection. That's why he does not say above, far above. And far below your form. Your form may be the center, but with whoever you feel connected emotionally, if some particular language people, or a religious people, or a relative, or community, anything, condition-based connection. Condition-based connection. 10 days, from morning till night, be aware of all of them as a part of your own body. Visualize you have a huge light body. Body of them are inside you as part. Maybe looking very funny, feeling very funny. You may think, how this can lead me to enlightenment. You do not know. You do not know with how many conditionings you are suffering in unconscious level. Only when you practice this, you will realize all the layers and layers of conditionings with which you are suffering unconsciously. They will all come up to consciousness. The moment they come up to the consciousness, naturally you will be unclutched from them.
Of Swamiji. Even to listen is the greatest of boon to all of us. Today, all of us learned about Guru Bhakti, feeling connection. We all learned about the power of Guru Bhakti, the power of feeling connection. This entire Leela, where Paramashiva manifested as the ultimate Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, and Paramashiva manifested as the ultimate disciple, Swamiji, both being Paramashiva himself, demonstrated to the entire humanity what is an ultimate Guru-disciple relationship like. As Swamiji was beautifully sharing, it was in this very moment that Swamiji experienced that oneness with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, where Swamiji experienced the state that he and Arunagiri Yogeshwara are one and the same. Not that there was any little less of oneness before that, but this entire happening is a reminder to all of us human beings to see, to learn what the ultimate Guru-disciple relationship is like. Today, so many of you had posted saying, if you want to manifest that deep feeling connection, like how Swamiji is with Swamiji's Gurus, and that integrity that Swamiji has, and the way how Swamiji is with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. So many of you had posted saying you wanted to have a breakthrough with your feeling connection today. And today, it graces all. That very form, Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself, who is Paramashiva in his form as Bhagavan Guru Murti, he is coming down again radiating to the Nijavatara, Paramavatara of Paramashiva, who has graced all of us in this most gracious, most compassionate form as our beloved Swamiji. And